Welcome to Bitter Bits.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Friday. Hopefully, everybody's doing good. We're going to be trying out the Final Fantasy 16 demo tonight, so hopefully, hopefully people are looking forward to that. I know, I don't know what. Wait, someone knows how to talk. What's going on? I don't. It's okay. So, I certainly do not know how to talk. We're still working on that one. Still working on that. Hey, Kia, how you doing? Haritsu, Sanguine, Saito, Adalakis, Zakis, Adalakis and Zakis, Lies of PP. I don't know if I every time like I went and looked at that and I was like, I don't know if I'm feeling Lies of PP. Like something about the general art of that game not doing it for me, but it's you know, I have no idea. It's who knows, but anyway, like, yeah, it's just got a look to it that I'm not like super interesting. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, that is like a PS5 thing, isn't it? They speak of spies of peas of lies, peas of blah. Honestly, Soul Knight, I don't know what you're getting at there, but the funny part about that is that I've seen people, some people, it's mostly Souls enthusiasts. It seems to be Souls enthusiasts who are diving deep into that one. I've seen some folks who have probably put like 30 hours into it, like streaming wise. I just saw somebody who, I saw somebody who had been streaming it for like 3 days straight. I was like, damn, dude. But that's kind of like sometimes the Souls audience gets like that. If there's a Souls like that comes out that's decent, they'll latch onto it pretty heavily. Which is fine. That makes sense. But yeah, that's how it do. But anyway, all kinds of stuff going on. I don't know. I don't know what everybody else has been up to, but it's been a little crazy. Been a little crazy on my end. I'm gonna actually see if I can. I'm gonna call my hair lady and see if I can get this fixed. Because this is like, it's like long enough in the front now that if I pull it to the side, this part falls and it looks like really shit. Looks terrible, absolutely terrible. Oh, good. It's just play. I hate when it does that. I hate. Stop it. I have to turn this off because like it will just keep making sound music, and I'm like, stop. Oh, I did. Well, I should have when I was younger, because then like that would have worked better, because my hair was like more accurate back then, I think. So, well, Amnesia was anyway, Amnesia had like its own problems because it was like that demo was really rough. I don't know if that game ever actually came out. I think it did. And I felt bad for the person making it because I feel like they were just unaware that like the game had issues, which means that maybe it did come out. Which means that like maybe they just didn't know. And yeah, God, that came out last year, Jesus. Which they may not have known. Hang on, I gotta put my phone on do not disturb. The buzzing starts to fry my brain after a minute. It did. I remember, yeah, so it did come out, but I felt bad because, like, I remember the demo was really rough, and I felt terrible because I feel like the person who made it, I feel like they weren't aware that it was, I feel like they weren't aware that it was a little bit weird, and, like, the character felt, like, really underpowered, and it was, like, really strange, and not, like, in, like, a good way, like, a difficult way, like, it felt like every enemy was, like, a massive trial, and that's never good. So like that, the disconnect, right? Anyway, let's talk about positive things, I mean, they've been stressful, but positive in general. So the other day I was walking outside and I was going to like the mailbox or something, and I looked across the street, and underneath the car was this little orange cat, and I was like, oh Lord. Then I walked over there, I was like, hey buddy, how you doing? And he immediately started chirping at me, and he had a collar on, and he walked up to me, and I was like, oh Lord. And I've actually got this on video, and it's really funny because I'm like, oh shit, here we go again, dude. Like, and he started walking up to me, and he was pretty small. And I was like, oh god. I was like, all right. And so then he ran away a couple times, and like this whole like process of like trying to like corral him in, because I called Erica and I was like, there's this little cat, and she's like, oh my god, he's so cute. And I'm like, yeah, he is. So I'm like, okay, well, let me try to corral him. I was like, let me see. He looks like he might belong to somebody because he's got a collar on. I was like, but he is pretty small. I was like, but you know, let me try to find. Let's try to find his owner. So the idea was to get our second like spare cat carrier that we had. It was a dog carrier originally, but it was sitting out in our little storage room, and I grabbed that and I started like kind of chasing him around the neighborhood. And eventually, I took a can of wet cat food over there and I put it in the crate. And he went inside, and I finally got him, like, after this just long, drawn-out process of, like, chasing him around or whatever. Because he was friendly, he kept coming back to me, but then he would, like, sprint off because he was just crazy. So he would just run. I was like, no, come back. Because I really wanted to go take him to the vet and get him scanned to see if he had an owner. I knew going there that, like, given the neighborhood that we're in, I knew he wasn't. I knew he wasn't. So I get him to the vet, and they're like, oh my god, he's so cute. I'm like, yeah, he is. I was like, he is. I was like, we're trying to figure out if he's got like a chip or anything like that. And they take him in the back, and they looked at him real quick, and they're like, no, he doesn't have a chip. They're like, do you want to schedule his, they're like, do you just want to go ahead and like schedule his shots and stuff? I'm like, yep, sure. So they scheduled that for Tuesday, and we've already got one family that actually works with Erica that might want to adopt him, you know, because they recently lost their cat and this other stuff. But like at the same time, I'm gonna show you guys some pictures, and it seems like him and Kale are fine right now, but he's in his own room. He's got food and water. He already knows how to use the litter box. Well, he took to the litter box. I actually don't know if he knew how to use it, but he took to it pretty easily. So he did that. He's real cute. He's small. He's very like fidgety. He's very wiggly. He's a very wiggly cat, but he's real cute. And him and Kale through the door seem to get on, because naturally when you have another animal that came in from outside, you want to keep them like locked away from the other animals, because you don't know if they have something or whatever. But no, he's a very pretty little cat, and he's real sweet. He's got this grumpy little face sometimes, which is really funny. You have to forgive the heap in the background. This is our like storage room. I'm so sorry. But the yeah, no, he's real sweet. He loves to scrub, and he loves to like it. Basically, the minute you walk in the room, he just wants to. No, this is a fresh litter box. I went and bought him another temporary litter box and some litter and stuff. But he's real sweet. We put these. I put like a tarp over like the beds just in case he had like fleas or something like that. But no, he's a really sweet cat. And this was Kale reaching under the door. This was Kale reaching under the door to him, and basically anytime he hears him, Kale will go to the other side of the door and just sit there and just sniff at it, and he'll sit there with him. So the other little cat, I think, has already smelled Kale. I think he knows he's there. But he goes to hang out with him. Kale looks very confused, and I accidentally squished Kale earlier. I felt so bad because I was trying to get out of the room because I don't want them interacting yet. But yeah, so Erica's got some people that kind of want to adopt him, maybe. But we're also not sure if we're just gonna maybe keep him. We haven't named him or anything like that. They had some wild ass names that they wanted to name him, because like they're thinking about it. So one of them was like Mars the Destroyer or something. I was like, well, that's definitely not in his personality profile, because he is so sweet. Like the minute you walk in there, he just chirps at you. He wants to walk over to you and start scrubbing. And I mean, he's just a really sweet cat. Like, he really is. He's just a little goblin. He's ratchet just like Kale. He's a little trash cat. I immediately got that stupid, whoever the hell had him had this stupid flea collar thing on him. I mean, it was just stupid. And I was like, God, get this shit out of here. I hate it when like cats that might get outside have any collars that aren't like anti-snag, because anti-snag collars are basically breakaways that if they get caught on something, it will snap off. That way they can't kill themselves by like getting hung up on a fence or something like that. So I immediately took that stupid thing off. But anyway, no, Kale's doing pretty good with him. He's only seen him through the door because, again, we can't have them interact yet. Bella doesn't give a shit because I don't even think she knows. She's just being crazy old dog, so she doesn't care. But yeah, no, I mean, so it's going pretty well. I haven't talked about it a lot on Twitter or whatever because I don't know what we're doing yet. Like, I don't know if we're keeping him. I don't know if we're gonna foster him just for a week or two and then let him go to that. I mean, the people who are interested in him are very, very interested. They're like, God, he looks so sweet. He sounds great. And I was like, well, if we decide not to keep him, but if we decide to let him go, then that would obviously be a good family. But it's gonna be a little weird because it seems like Kale kind of might be taken to him because like he checks on him pretty often, but he's got his test on Tuesday, and if they do take him, they're gonna pay us back for the neuter and because I was like, oh, is it a girl or a boy? And he turned around and I was like, oh God. I was like, it's a boy. I was like, holy shit. The man has massive balls. I was like, good Lord. So we've just been calling him little man or like whatever for the time being, just because I don't want to name him yet. They asked me at the vet, they're like, what's his name? I'm like, Cat. For now, it's Cat. And she was like, okay. I was like, yeah, that's cool. So yeah, so that's it. He's real sweet. Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's gonna take him a minute. Take him a minute to warm up to him or whatever. He always sticks his tail between his legs when he lays down, and it's really funny. The main reason I wanted to get him was because when he was running away from me at one point, these two blue jays kept swooping down at him, and I was like, oh hell no. I was like, look, I'm not normally one to like whack an animal or something. I was like, but I will go beat the shit out of those birds. I was like, I swear to God, I'll throw a rock at those sons of bitches. Because blue jays are mean as shit. He's pretty small though. He's about the size Kale was when Kale first showed up, because they were like, oh, he's probably about a year old, and I'm like, oh no, they put down 2 years at the vet, and I'm like, I don't think he's 2 years old. I was like, I just don't. I think he's maybe like a year and some change. Yeah, blue jays are mean, dude. I've told this story about my cat growing up that like killed a blue jay, caught him like in the air one time, and I was like, Jesus Christ. But we've got a couple ideas for names and stuff, maybe, but like, yeah, I don't, we're not naming him just yet, because like, I don't know what that's all gonna look like, and all that stuff, so. Anyway, there's that, that is the update on the cat situation. He's very cute, and if there's any cool updates or anything like that, I will let you guys know. And before I get too far along, Ivan, thank you for the 19 months, and Honor, thank you for the 60 months, and thank you, Nick, for 5 years of dumb jokes. Having something to laugh about has been worth so much to me over the years. Here's hoping for many more years to come. Thank you, Honor. That's very sweet of you. If you're still here, thank you for that. That is very kind of you. And thank you, Ivan, as well for that. Y'all are great. But thank you for the resubs. Thank you for keeping this little show in business. It's a Friday night, and we're doing a game. This is going to be a good gauge of whether or not I can even stream the full release of this. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't want to go through what we've went through with Tears of the Kingdom, because that was like really disheartening. Because I think over the years it's just gotten a little bit harder for us to stream games on release. So, we'll see. We'll see if this ends up being a game that it depends on how excited I am for it after playing this demo, because I basically know nothing about this. I saw the initial trailer, and that's it. So I'm kind of going into it completely blind. I really don't know like anything about it, but internet's been off for half the day in this entire town, and data's been iffy, so I can only hop on to say hi. All right, Sass. Well, hope they fix your internet stuff here soon. But with this being so heavy on oh yeah, of course. But we'll see. It depends. Like, I mean, we were able to get away with that in the past. Like, even if a game was like story heavy, because people would still want to like come hang out or whatever. But I think just over time, some stuff has changed. In other news, I was initially extremely excited about the so Twitch recently announced that they were doing something called a Partner Plus plan, which on the first. On first glance, basically the gist was that they were going to be doing it. Let me just sum this up easily. So the gist of this was that, so for the longest time, and it has been this way for 99.9% of fucking Twitch content creators, sub revenue was 50-50. The only 70/30s that we got to see were tier 3s, which is cool, but not everybody can do that because that's fucking $25 a month, which is ridiculous for a sub. I mean, like, if people can do that, that's amazing, and thank you for supporting like the show and stuff. But like, I understand. I understand that people. That's a lot of money. God, thank you for the eye-searingly white. Why is every fucking site that like reports on anything just eye-searing white? Why does everything have to do this? Anyway, the gist of it is that it's basically, if you have over 350 recurring paid subscriptions for 3 consecutive months, okay, you will get access to a 70/30 split for a year. And at first I was like, wow, that's fantastic. I was like, honestly, that's a really good idea, because I feel like that gives a nice benefit to partners, especially partners who are a little bit like older on the platform. I was like, that's great. I was like, that actually seems pretty good. I was like, it sucks that smaller creators get left out. I was like, but there's going to be some things that inherently are like that. I was like, that's fine. You know, it's not the biggest deal in the world. And it's up to, you know, like 100K or something like that, but I'm nowhere near that. So it actually, at first I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, that actually works really well for the people who probably pull 100 to 500 people. And it works well for people who pull like, you know, maybe a few thousand too, unless they're making 100K more a year. And at first I'm like, wow, that's really good, because for frame of reference, over the last year and a half, we probably averaged anywhere between, I would say, 490 to 600 subs. So I'm like, great, we qualify for that. That's awesome. However, here's the caveat. And again, I was really excited about this at first, and I even told Erica, because Erica mentioned it, and I was like, no, that's fantastic. I was like, that actually feels like the first. I was like, that feels like the first change they've made in a long time, revenue-wise. That sounds really good. I was like, that sounds really good. And here's the negative to it. Unfortunately, they said after the fact. Well, not after the fact, but they said basically the same thing, and a few people missed this. This is the big thing. It does not count Prime subs or gift subs. I understand gift subs because they probably don't want people baiting gift subs to try to get access to the Partner Plus thing if they didn't already have it. So that made sense. So that was fine. I got gift subs. That one I knew about. Prime subs was the one that they also are not including. So Prime subs and gift subs, unfortunately, do not count. Here's the issue. We technically still qualify, because multi-month gift subs still count, and all that stuff. Some of this stuff, I don't think we... Okay, let me put it this way. At first, I was really pumped because I'm like, great, this will be fantastic because that's more revenue from subs. And frankly, that means I can actually recommend people sub more than they do now, because 70/30 is way better than what it was prior. And for frame of reference, we sit at we're at 580 sub points right now. Okay, 580, which is really, really good for our size. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's actually kind of staggering. Like, at our size and how things have kind of fallen down the last like 6 months, because of the frame apocalypse, and then because of there just being a downturn on Twitch. And also, I'm just going to be honest, I think people losing interest in the show, like here, which is fine. That's a me problem. That's something I have to fix. I have to make sure things are interesting and fun and exciting. And with the frame apocalypse and some other things, I haven't been doing as good of a job with that, in my opinion. So, like, all those things together on that downturn, we will not qualify for this, because right now, as far as all this goes, I think if you remove gifted and if you remove Prime subs, I think we sit at like, we'll probably sit at around 330, 340 ish. So we won't even qualify for this. So that ripped the rug out from under me pretty bad. I was like, they took something that was honestly only going to probably apply to like probably 5 to 10% of partners in the first place. Which, like, okay, maybe not. 15% of partners, maybe. And then they have now made it, in my opinion, probably like 3%, if that. So I was really actually excited about that, because I'm like, wow, what a great change. I was like, that's wonderful, because people who are partnered currently are probably still career oriented for Twitch. And I feel like at this point, like the affiliate program is great, but in a lot of cases, most folks who are doing affiliate, like I'd say like the vast majority, are not career focused on it. They do it as like a hobby or like a side income thing or like whatever. Like they're not like, I'm going all in on this. Some people do, but most of them really don't. They'll have another job still or whatever. So it was cool to see that like they were doing something for partners, because naturally partners are more often than not going to be the more career focused ones. Or at least, maybe, if not career focused, the people who are already doing it for a career. So I'm like, great, what an awesome thing to do. Feels cool. Great, that's neat. They should totally, you know, that's a cool thing. Like, great, you know, maybe expand it in the future, but for right now, that's cool. So unfortunately, as I dug into it a little bit more, it does not count Prime subs and it does not count gifted subs. The Prime sub one really sucks. I was like, God, gift subs I kind of understand, because like, again, you could easily like skew numbers by just like, they probably don't want people like scumming their community to be like, hey, y'all gift subs so I can make whatever. Like, I get that. But then the Prime sub one is fucking weird. That's the one that's really strange. I was like, that's odd. So that went from a big win to something that's like, unfortunately, we're not gonna qualify for, which is so weird, because like, to me in my head, I'm thinking like, that's an opportunity for partners who are maybe more donation or bit centric to drive more people to subs, which Twitch would make more money off of. But in a weird way, this might blow back, and to the point where like people aren't subbing as much and they're going to move more towards donations or bits, or they just won't. Because we saw some of that where I think after the big Twitch leak and stuff like that, some people like moved over to like doing like donations or whatever, but then some people just stopped because whatever. Like, I mean, they just, and that's not just here. That was like in a lot of places. Like there were like polls and stuff done that showed like some people just stopped, just straight up. So like, you know, the sub thing seemed like a really good win for them, and I suppose it still will be a win for them for the people that it applies to, but unfortunately, even at our size, it's not even going to apply to me. So, you know, then most other streamers around our size, there are 5 of them that I can think of right now who have about the same viewership every night, also don't qualify. And I know that for a fact, because they have their stuff like set up public or whatever, so you can like see it. So like, I mean, I know for a fact they don't qualify for it either, because like, you know, if they're sitting at 320 sub points, that means that like probably like 30% of that, or well, around 30% of that is at least going to be Prime or gifted, which means they're nowhere even near the threshold for it, right? So yeah, so it ended up, I thought it was going to be a big win, and unfortunately it's not. So I was like, well, that sucks. So, but we'll see what happens. Honestly, I saw there was an announcement that I think that I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that he exists, and the XQC dude signed over to an exclusive Kick contract, which this feels like Mixer all over again, but maybe this time, like, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Kick. I mean, the problem with it is that like, yeah, the problem is like Twitch is still the dominant platform, and like Mixer had a much bigger shot at it, because it was Microsoft backed, which like that's huge. And so if Mixer could have hung on for 6 months more than they did, we may have seen a massive exodus from Twitch, because like right after that whole Mixer going under was when the big data leak happened at Twitch, which was awful. So, but anyway, we will not be shifting over to Kick or anything like that anytime soon. So, yeah, I don't really. I've seen it a little bit. yeah, I'm not like crazy into the idea of it. So, damn, that kick beta. God, the site looks so weird. Anyway, yeah, so that's not something that like I'm looking into. But anyway, unfortunately, in kind of like a positive news about the cat, he's doing good. Negative news on the Twitch Partner Plus thing. I thought that was going to be really good. But unfortunately, it's not really going to apply to us. Now, there will be a way to track that specifically by the time it rolls around in October as to whether or not you like qualify for it. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't think we will. If it doesn't include gift subs and prime subs, even if it didn't, if it included prime subs, we'd probably be right over the threshold for it. But I would never, even then, I would never ask people to stop using their prime sub here and use like a regular. I'm never going to do any of that. Like, I'm never going to do. Erica's right. Their logo looks fucking terrible. It does look like KKK. It's horrible. It's like the worst logo ever. But yeah, so that's about it. So Partner Plus thing, unfortunately, that's not going to be beneficial to us. Which, again, if that begs the question, if it's not beneficial to us, holy crap, like, who the hell is it actually going to benefit, right? Like, I mean, bigger streamers for sure, but those are already making so much money in most cases that, like, that 100K cap is probably going to be a lot more, like, real for them, because there are plenty of, like, streamers who make about 100K a month, the big ones, so... But we'll see. They might change it a little bit depending on some feedback. You can always hope for the best. So, you know, they might end up changing it. You know, just like Reddit. Which I'm actually very proud of Reddit for the most part of banding together and trying to effectively save that site. But it looks like between an internal memo with Reddit and them basically they're going to public subreddits and they're just going to remove moderators who are in charge of them. Which again is insane because that entire platform is community driven and it has been for the last decade and a half. So it's really strange to see them basically like uproot the community portion of it. And all I can hope is that the blowback from it is so bad that like people just stop using the site. But given the sentiment that I've seen on the what is that thing that was doing the oh god, what is it called? Red Arc or whatever, the thing that was actually showing like the amount of subreddits that were dark for the blackout. Watching the amount of people that went in there that were legitimately slinging slurs at people because they couldn't get to their favorite subreddits. Like, they did not give a shit about like any of it. It was literally consume. Like, they did not care. Like, they did not care at all. All they wanted was their subreddits back for their porn and for their like anime addictions or whatever the fuck whatever the hell that they were, because one of them was on a fucking rant about how like one of the anime subreddits was down and like they couldn't fucking get on there, so like they were going and being like, you're all idiots, you're just a bunch of cucks for like thinking that this is gonna work, you're stupid, just give me back my fucking subreddits and shit. And I'm just like, okay, cool. But anyway, I mean, like, I was just like, well, there we go. It's just crazy. But some of the bigger ones, like r/awe and stuff like that, I believe what Reddit is doing now, and I've got to double check. I do believe what they're doing is they're going to basically just remove the moderators and public the subs. So, yeah. I mean, I completely, like, at first I had Reddit uninstalled, and then I had to reinstall Apollo to get something from it. But I'm just unstalling it again. I haven't used it since the blackout started, and advertisers are already starting to notice how tumultuous Reddit is, and that's where the pain's going to start to hit. The minute the advertisers start to realize that content moderation has gone in the toilet, and also that the general site sentiment is down, it's kind of crazy nowadays that like my ass is rooting for the advertisers to look at the platform and be like, oh hell no. Never in a million years did I think that like the integrity of a site hinged on the fact that advertisers are going to look at it and be like, oh fuck no, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I mean, like, what a wild sentiment that is. But anyway, that's about what I got. So cat update, he's great. He's a sweet little cat. He's so kind, and yeah, he's wonderful. He might end up going to a family that we know and trust, or he might end up staying with us. We don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see what the introduction to the actual animals here is. Yeah. I don't think that they're worried about like subreddits like that, Estugats. They're more worried about like, because they're more worried about like things like r/aw and r/videos, things that have like 30 to 50 million fucking people on them, right? Those are the ones I think that they're going to be going for first. I don't think they're like things that are like communities for like niche stuff. While that starts to add up, the big focus for them right now, I think, that they're going to try to fuck over as fast as they can is stuff like r/funny, r/aw, music, you know, pics. Today I learned, basically like big things like, because you have to realize like shit like Am I the Asshole has become like, you know, when you go into activity. Oh, okay. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm sure. Like, that's fine. What I'm saying is like, it's the ones that are like that. It's not like that's not like a that's not a default. What I'm talking about is like the big defaults. Are the ones that they're probably the most worried about, right? Like things like r/funny, aw, gaming, music, pics, science, all that stuff. Like the things that show up on like the default Reddit app. Those are the ones that I'm sure they're sweating the most over, and they'll just rip the moderators out basically, and just kneecap those basically, because I mean those fucking things have so much traffic going to them and like so many people who just whatever, but it's just crazy. So really, I mean, like I was really hoping that when I was actually excited to talk about the Partner Plus thing. I actually thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was a decent change. Unfortunately, that's not going to pan out for us at all, which is sad, but it is what it is. Anyway, I'm trying to think of anything else I've missed out on, because cat update, Reddit thingy, the Partner Plus thingy. Am I gonna become a cat? We're gonna become a cat shelter? At this point, like, I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, depending on how Kale reacts to stuff, I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, if this works out okay and he either ends up staying with us or going somewhere, I mean, I wouldn't mind being like a place that could foster animals. So Jesus wouldn't advertise with these heathens thinking of children with their McDonald's. You know what's all crazy too is like all of this and like the frames are still dropped. I actually feel like my world's on fire sometimes. I really do. It is like there is like this stress deep in my soul these days that is like unreal, and has probably had like such a massive adverse impact on my job that like I'm not even like processing it correctly. God, like it's insane, because like all the crazy stuff going on with like the internet and everything in general, and then this too, like that's just nuts. Seeing it like still hit 0. I haven't heard back from Spectrum, so I guess they're just done. So I'm gonna give it one more shot tomorrow, and I'm just gonna call the dude and leave him a message and be like, hey, I guess this issue is just resolved on you guys' end, but it's not. So you know, and if you can't figure it out, that's fine. You know, just tell me you can't figure it out, so I can at least like give up hope or whatever. so I can at least be like, all right, fuck it, I'm done. Let me go get my hat, because like my hair's driving me nuts. Ugh. In October, I will offer to PayPal a few people a month to cover their sub. Wait, what? Oh, no, Junk, you're good. No, okay, let me make it really clear. I'm not like heartbroken that we don't like qualify for it. It was just, I would hope that they would just change it to include gift subs or Prime subs. Instead, that's the better solution in my opinion, because if they can just do that, then that's already much better. Like, so I'm just gonna express my displeasure for it. I've already gotten a feedback thing on it, so like I'm just gonna tell them, be like, yeah, you need to include like Prime subs or something, because this basically means that like very few very few partners are actually going to be able to take part in it, which feels weird considering that it's like intended to be like a partner thing. So like that just feels weird. It feels weird that you would launch a program that basically very few people actually qualify for. And not that like my sample size of like people I know is like everything, but when I think that like, how many people am I thinking? 1, 2. Okay, 8 of the partners I can think of off the top of my head do not qualify for this. Like, think about that. And these are all people that are around my size or like slightly larger. There are people with probably twice my viewership that actually don't qualify for it. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Oh, the Pride Demon shirt? That is really funny. That's hilarious. You're asked if I was going to a Pride demonstration. Nah, I'm going to work. Nah, I'm going to work. But anyway, other than the cat stuff, yeah, the internet's like on fire in a lot of ways, but hopefully everybody else is doing good, and hope you guys are doing good. Hope everything's been fine on the bits, and thank you Deceiver, by the way, for the resub for 86 months, which is a very long time. And then Start with the 70 months. Thank you guys so much. And then Brasselisk, of course, that is 5 resubs before we've even gotten started. And I'm over here, I've been ranting for like 50 minutes because that's just, I guess I had several things I needed to talk about. Mainly the cat. The cat's really cute. He's a very sweet little, thing. I think you guys, I would love to show him to you. I'm going to try to wait until he's had like his like shots and stuff like that, because I'm trying not to like parade him around the house, trying to keep him in that spare room for right now, which I always feel terrible about, but that's for their own safety. It's for the other animals' safety, because, you know, without their shots and everything like that, that's really dangerous. He could have like something that's like crazy contagious to other animals or something like that. So, oh, I appreciate that, Junk. That's actually really sweet of you. I think even if you were to do that, we probably still wouldn't qualify for it. So I wouldn't stress it too much. I wouldn't stress it too much. Also, I saw what you were saying earlier, Estugats, about the thing about the people going to Kick were just the shitty ones who got banned from Twitch. I don't know anything about all that. But anyway, it's just nuts. Also, Zach, you're probably right about it being there to literally just retain the people who are larger, who they don't want to lose to other platforms. I wouldn't be surprised. I saw a couple people talking about that too. Also, Literacy said, my nightly check-in from vacation, my grandma gets saltier each and every day. To celebrate this development, we're staying an extra day to help out. And I'll keep checking in and see y'all next Wednesday or Thursday. All right, Literacy, that sounds good. Lost 2 grandparents, and I've learned that I have cirrhosis and am living on borrowed time, but I love being here. You help me enjoy the time I have left. DZMI, I don't know if you've shared that before. Are they doing... Is there any treatment for that, or is that... When did you get that diagnosis? I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know you were dealing with that. I'm actually not very familiar with cirrhosis. That is not something that I'm super familiar with, so any extra information on that would be great, because I would love to learn what the hell that's all about, because I actually don't really know what that's about at all. But I am really sorry to hear that, and hopefully there's something to do about that. Well, I know like the surface level stuff, Azuri. I don't know like what it all entails, because I don't know if I've known anybody that's actually had that personally, so I'm not sure about it. Oh, let me Oh, I know what it means. I don't know like a lot about it. It's one of those things. It's a condition that I do not know a ton about. Yeah, that's been like a big problem, I think, for a lot of people, Zach, because just everybody's been feeling just real worn out. But a lot's happened the last few years, right? But yeah, DZ, if there's anything we can do to help here, then please let me know. But yeah, I decided, okay, so this is actually interesting, because I decided to give this a shot because I was sitting there earlier, and since I haven't been using Reddit on my phone, I was actually putzing around. I forgot that Vampire Survivors got an actual mobile release, and I was like, oh, good, I can just waste my time doing this. And so I decided to do that, and so I've been putzing around on that, and like something in my brain, I was like, I should probably just try the Final Fantasy 16 demo. I didn't do the PO box. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. We actually have. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, DZMI. Well, if there's anything we can do to help or anything like that, then please let me know. I don't know if that's something they normally like try to do a transplant for, or like I don't know what that I don't know what normally the treatment of that looks like. And I'm sorry about your grandparents as well. Believe me, I know that shit all too well. Having lost like both my parents in the last like 3 years, it's been a hoot, dude. It's been a hoot and a half. So we do have a PO box. Now this is from Zach, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's jiggling around. So I'm curious to see what this is. It's our first PO box in a little while. If you guys ever have a wild hair to send something to it, it's just bang PO box and chat. So you're more than welcome to do. Oh my God, what is this? What is this? What? No, don't. Why does he look like this? Jesus Christ! Oh my God, Zach, is this you? Did you send this atrocity? Look at him. He looks like he's. What does he do? Wait, look. Why does he look like he's about to hold a ball sack? What is this? God! Okay, apparently he holds controllers. Here, Master, I will hold your controller and your ball. Holy shit, dude. I don't know what he's holding, but he looks like he's holding a... Okay, well, hang on a second. Let's, oh my God. Why is this so affixed in here? Okay, got it. Jesus Christ, who made this? Who decided that this looked good? Like, why does he look so goddamn human? Look at what's going on with that hair. Who would do such a thing? God, he looks like he's just heaving a... Like he's just heaving a... Yeah, you're like... He looks so terrified by all of it. Like, seriously, look at his... God, his face, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen. His hands are also just atrocious. Like, I don't know what's up with, like, those caveman hands, but, like, it's gotta stop. What kind of controller is he built? Oh, okay, I mean, he can hold this. Yeah, I mean, that's just terrible. God, you ever just sitting there watching your daily dose of butter baths, and you're just like, oh man, I gotta fucking, let me see if this works with the phone. Hang on. Yeah, man, you gotta. It doesn't even like hold the phone up. Like, what kind of shit? Like, how, okay, so it says phone holder. Can you imagine if like you were just trying to use your phone like this? Like at that angle as Gollum just holds your heaving balls? Is it... Oh, I guess he holds it like that, but then it's on his face and it just kind of falls off. So like at that point, what's the point? Oh, sure, DZMI, yeah, as long as it's something I can help with, hopefully I can. God, I mean like... Look at it just holding shit. I feel like I need to just turn this into a series of just Gollum just heaving up some balls. Yeah, I guess it is. It's him just holding just a... Like, what I need to probably do now is just get some truck nuts and just put them in this thing. And have that thing hold my toilet paper. Imagine, like, somebody going to your house like, oh, do you mind if I use your restroom? It's like, yeah, definitely. They look over and they're just like, yeah, that's what I would pull my toilet paper from. Give Gollum rat poop. Okay, rat poop's up here. Yeah, he's got it. Oh yeah, nice. Just heave it. He'll probably eat. Look at his eye. You know he's about to eat it. He's like, yeah, give me that shit. What else can he hold? Oh, he can hold Chibi Robo. Oh yeah, just. Wow. How is he so disgusting? This is genuinely one of the worst things I have ever seen. Like, Gollum is not supposed to be like an attractive creature in any way, like at all. But like, my God, yeah, this is horrible. Like, I can't get over his like. This is what my fucking hairline's looking like nowadays. Oh God! Holy shit! I'll make him hold the boy. Yeah, he can hold it with his heft. With his heft. I'm afraid it's gonna fall out, but I love like his like out of focus eye, his stare. Oh God, this is so fucking funny. Well, Zach, this is amazing. God, he really does look like he's just gonna hold on to fucking the precious, and in this case, the balls. Someone modeled that and was like, yeah, that's good enough. Especially the hair, which like, I know that like the hair is supposed to be rat. God, it's just looking at me over here, like just ruining my life. Like it's just staring at me and ruining my entire life. By horrible, you mean amazing. That's it. New idea for redemption. Instead of Skycam, you just pointed at Gollum. God. God. He's gonna hold your sausages. Is that something that is required? Is that it? The do you have to have sausages held? That's a cool. Well, if that's the case, then definitely put in the suggestion box, because I gotta go through there and implement like a million things from that anyway. So the frames have just crippled my brain in a way that I can't quite describe. Okay, I'll tell you guys what. Come on, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm making like. Anyway, to catch everybody up, I guess. Yeah. So for anybody who's just now joining us, Twitch Partner Plus sucks. It's not going to apply to us because it doesn't account for gift subs or prime subs, which means that like we would have to have like so many more subs to fucking. We might be kind of close-ish, but for the we're not going to qualify for that shit. So that sucks. Frames are still a problem. I haven't heard from Spectrum, so that's cool. I guess they're just done. The Reddit shit sucks, and the orange cat situation, he's real cute. We still don't know if we're keeping him yet. We might have a family for him to go join, but we'll see. We don't know yet, but we're working on figuring that out. So hopefully we can. But that's about it. Looks like Jigakuro came in and has immediately got a link for us. So let me switch. Anytime I do console games, I actually switch the input on this so I can actually get like no delay on it. But let me switch back to everything here. Oh my God, Jigakuro's been on a kick with some of the memes lately. They've been of a very particular variety. I feel like the last one you linked was almost a very similar joke. Greets a fan is now my favorite euphemism, as this person is just going in for a big old kiss, which that is pretty fucking funny though. I feel like at this point we've seen goddamn every variant of Sappho and her friend or whatever, and it's pretty fucking funny. So at this point, yeah, I think they've tried goddamn everything instead of just being like, just just goes in for a fat wampin kiss. That's what it needs to say. Goes in for a fat wampin kiss. Once again, I am pretty positive that everybody here has already shared this with every friend that they have, and God knows whatever else. But I always appreciate it. Nick never greets us like that. I know, right? What a fucking travesty. Anyway, thank you, Zach, for the beautiful PO box of Gollum Hold Your Balls edition, which is I can't get over his fucking face. I can't stop. Or just make the articles the exact same as they would be for, like, I don't know, random tennis man kisses tennis woman. I Just make them the fucking same. Like, who cares? Y'all go fucking kiss. I don't give a shit. Like, whatever. Like, I don't need fucking updates. Like, Jesus, y'all just go fucking kiss. Dude, whatever. Because I feel the same way, like, anytime it's like so-and-so with their significant other. I'm like, I don't fucking care about celebrity and significant other. Who gives a shit? The answer is a lot of people. A lot of people give a shit. People fucking eat that crap up, man. They're just like, okay, who kissing who? It's like, who fucking cares? Oh my God. But anyway, thank you, Jikakuro, for the $2. And then thank you, Lethal, with the 16 months that says, is that the Gollum ball holder? It sure is. My process like, after playing that godforsaken game and like just looking at the ball holder Gollum and like, I just get to look at this fucking thing, just stare. That's a good question. Yeah. Anyway, let's for anybody that like does like, I haven't uploaded the last 3 VoDs and I'm so sorry. I did the cat thing and then some other stuff has been going. I've been like 90 different directions, but I'm gonna get all that fixed over the weekend, so we'll get all caught up. But anybody who I'll probably go mark the VoD for this of like, here, if you want to watch like whatever, here you go, here's the time. So let's see what this is all about. Like I said, I haven't seen anything with Final Fantasy 16 other than the first trailer. So I don't really know anything about this at all. And I try to keep it that way with some games these days. I might get back to watching trailers and stuff again because yeah, I kind of miss it, like, but at the same time I kind of don't. It's weird. I have like a love-hate relationship with like watching trailers and seeing like previews and stuff like that, because I feel like I genuinely have enjoyed some games a little bit more, but at the same time I also kind of miss like getting excited about it. You know, so that's a thing. But all right, how we I think we should be fine on all right, so we got text language English, we got sub titties, we got wireless controller vibration, which is weird, I guess. You can whatever. God, I played my PS5 so little, as a matter of fact. I wanted to show you guys this. Oh, I guess I can't. But on my download list, I was cracking up because the the last thing we played on PS5, I think, was Final Fantasy Origins Stranger of Pongli Dice. So, you know, oh God, I don't know. Do we have? God, oh my God, we actually do have Italiano for the voiceover language. Hot damn, dude. Hot damn, we got some Italiano, which is always great. We're going to, of course, prioritize frame rate because, you know, we have to do that kind of stuff here. So, enable on-screen waveform that provides visual representation of in-game sounds and music. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Dude, some of the accessibility settings that I've seen are like, they're incredible. Like, some of this stuff is awesome. What is this? Gameplay focused or action focused? Begin the game equipped with several accessories to simplify gameplay, recommended for players who are less comfortable with action games. We're gonna go with action focused. Okay, fine. Game easy. All right, so this should be good. Yeah, I'm excited to see what this is all about.
It was Moss the Chronicler who said,
Moss these nuts.
Is blessed in the light of the Mother Crystals. And that it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light gave rise to temptation.
Hell yeah, gamers.
Temptation that ever lures us back into the crystal shadow. And thus did our journey begin.
Oh my God, is that Ifrit of Final Fantasy fame? And also Phoenix of Final Fantasy fame? What are they doing? I love how extreme this is right out the gate. Like, what you guys doing? Oh, you know, just... just the most high-octane absurdity right out the gate. Oh my God. I'm just imagining like the beginning of Final Fantasy VII, just like cooking, like just coming right out, like straight out the rip, right? And okay, we're just shooting fireballs. All right, that's fine. I also can evade, I guess. You know what this kind of feels like right here is like a little bit Kingdom Heartsy. Kingdom Heartsy fartsy. Don't you come rolling up on me, Goosen. That's right. This might be a little loud at first, by the way, until I get like, you know, some audio control settings, but it'll be fine. But for the time being, I'm just gonna yell over it and we'll fix it later. As is tradition with console games, so, you know. As is tradition. Yeah, it does. It feels like a little Kingdom Heartsy a little bit. It's really fucking cool. It's crazy. Very, very over the top, so. Bro, there's underground trees and or rock spires? Is that a Dark Souls reference? I gotta fucking stop. I gotta stop. I gotta let it go. I gotta let it go, man. Ifrito Burrito, don't punchy. That's so rude. Is that a bonfire? Dark. Okay. All right. Great. This man sits up and he's like, so anyway, that's how I imagine my OC. It's like, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It's got to stop. It's got to quit. It needs to end. But yeah, I'm just picturing like Final Fantasy VII's like, what if like it had like a demo that just kicked off like that, right? And it's like,
it'll be light soon.
It's like Knights of the Round just beating the shit out of like fucking doo-doo diaper fucking what's his name Titan. Just whacking him with a stick.
Dominant. And only the dominant.
No one else? Where's the fun in that? How do we even know the girl will be among them?
Our kind do not question orders. We follow them. Try to keep that in mind.
Is it bad that I already forgot the dude's name from fucking Strangers of Paradise?
Let's get this done.
Even though the memes were like top tier from that shit, and we had a good laugh, and I've already forgot. His name was like Jeb or some shit. Like I can't remember the dude's name. Jeffrey of Final Fantasy Origins Strangers of Paradise fame. Was it even Final Fantasy Origins? What the fuck was that? What the hell was the name of it? I can't remember the fucking Jack Garland, thank you. I'm glad I can't even remember the dude's name. I'll forget it by the time this is over, probably. I'll be like, I don't know anything about that. Yeah, looks good. Looks good so far. He was there to kill. Chaos for sure.
You are key to this mission's success.
Yes, Sergeant.
It's so weird to see like the even for like with how relatively new the PS5 is. It's weird that like I don't know, like the whole like choosing between like the graphics and like frame rate thing or whatever. Okay, hang on a sec. I just turned around once. Thank you very much. Okay, so we can actually go into the. Oh, okay, thank you for the tutorial on this. Thank you for the wireless controller settings. You know what though, man? I'm all about some oh cool, you can actually turn on like speaker names, you can do like hearing impairment. Look at that. Hot damn. And thankfully we of course do, but we had control over volume before. I was just stupid and didn't I was just stupid and didn't do anything.
Don't have time for this. All hell is about to break loose.
All right. This is supposed to be the prologue and carries over. Okay, what we'll probably do if we do decide to stream this is I will probably just... I don't really know if I'd play it again. I'd probably just play it again for anybody who may have missed it, because I don't know if I like...
Time to move.
Time to skedaddle rattle. I might have to get up here at one point because we basically have to kind of
We're just in time.
tag team with the little cat just because we have to make sure Kale doesn't zip in there and go see him. So we have to create an airlock. Look at all these crazy little goblin people down there, all killing each other. You know, just the fun stuff. Jesus Christ. Pretty graphic for a Final Fantasy game, I'd say, so far. Because like sometimes like Final Fantasy can be a bit, it can be dark, but it's a bit like flowery about it.
These Iron Blood are more beast than man.
The way this is going, they won't need this new dominant of theirs. What?
I don't know why that dude's face is killing me. He looks like he's there, but he's not. How's the demo so far? We've been in cutsceneville for the last, what, 10 minutes?
To the gates! Quickly! Move!
What do you mean, you refuse? Did you not pledge your swords to our cause?
Come now. Marshal, the King of Waloed is our guest.
And you have His Majesty's answer.
It's just a full movie. We're like, yeah, it's a good time. Bro, don't squeeze crystal juice into a cup. Look at what you've done. Now you're just weird. And you're weird too. You over here with the yellow fingernails and you're smoking your pipe while this man just milks a crystal. What the fuck is happening? Might I interest you in some crystal milk, my lady?
I wonder that you summoned us at all. Have you so little faith in your own men? It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not? Or am I mistaken? Besides, your dominant has yet to take the field.
You think so, Skip? I actually haven't picked up on that too much.
And when he does, our knights would only get in the way.
Perhaps you have not heard, but the Iron Blood now have their own dominant. We would be fools to underestimate them.
Bugger their knights.
What did you say?
Should this citadel be allowed to fall?
Fucking well-built man. Is that well-built or is he a literal giant? Because I'm pretty sure he's a literal giant.
And I doubt the
Oh my
Crusaders
God.
will wait for the good king's pawns to line up before taking to the board.
I'm frankly interested to see what Soken does with like an entire project that's like focused on, you know, because Final Fantasy XIV of course touches on so many different Final Fantasy games and draws inspiration from them and shit. So it'll be interesting to see how he does with a full project that's like very
This game is
focused on one theme and all the, you know what I'm saying, like all this stuff. So that's going to be interesting. Because I don't think we'll ever get another project from Uematsu at this point, to be honest. I think that he's done. I think he might do like something else at some point, but I think he even said that he was pretty much done. So I don't think we'll ever get another full soundtrack outside of Fantasian, which is very depressing that that was probably the last major piece of work that he'll do. Gross. Gross.
Take care.
Does the lion take care when he
It's like
chases the
fucking
hare?
400 feet tall.
Do you think me one of the latter?
What if she had jumped and he just threw her through the ceiling? Like, oh, there she goes. She's
You're
gone.
my lion.
She's gone.
I'm not afraid
Dear Lord.
of frost,
What is this?
but I will need someone to warm me when I come home.
Got old creative business unit over here just being like, what if the first like 10 minutes is just like we got high octane action, we've got the pornograph, fuck it. It's like, screw it, whatever.
The front lines are gone.
Don't worry about it, it's all fine, everything's great.
The chaos will
Everything's
consume us.
great. Oh hey Smokey, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a minute. I saw you were doing something the other day in my follow list and I can't remember what it was. Can't remember what it was. Brain. Might have been Final Fantasy 14, I'm not sure. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. My name's Nick. This is Bitter Bits. Hope you guys had fun over there. We just started this. I had to go on a rant about something before we got going. But let me do thing. If you guys do not know who Spoofy is, I believe they mostly do, if I remember correctly. And my brain is terrible, so you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you mostly do Final Fantasy 14, if I remember correctly. My brain does not work well all the time. I have a hard enough time keeping track of, like, you know, whatever, and then on top of all of that, I get sent this in the PO box, which is the just disgusting, you know, nightmare. And this is what's looking at me while I play Final Fantasy 16's demo. I get to stare at this, all because of Fenris Star in chat. Which I just get to look at this, and he's looking at me. It's disgusting. And like, what? I mean, he's supposed to hold a controller or a phone. Who uses their phone like this? Look at how tilted that. What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna... So this is what's looking at me. So thank you, thank you for. Anyway, y'all go follow Spoofy. Y'all go follow them. You should definitely do that. Because, like, go do that, because then you'll have an escape from this creature, which is plaguing my entire life. Thank you again, Spoofy. I really do appreciate it, and I hope your stream went well. Enjoy the lurk, and thank you for throwing folks at us. Hope everything's going good. You have a wonderful lurkage, and enjoy the food. And welcome again to everybody. I'm a job hopper. I quit a lot of jobs. I quit like 20 jobs. What's your advice in keeping jobs? Like Steve Jobs, or are we talking like? Is this like a Ligma situation, or what are we talking about? What are we talking about? If you want a real answer, we could do that. But you know,
And quick and deadly.
who is Steve Jobs? That was the real question. Oh, that's really cute, Ivan.
Take the van.
Well, Lester, I'll tell you what. I quit my career to do this, so I mean,
Right.
I don't know. Just drop loving it. Go keep it. Just drop it. This is very visually impressive so far. You know, I almost made a joke about that being like, look, I've played like every Final Fantasy game for the most part, and definitely been deep in that hole for a long time. And it's bad that I jokingly was about to refer to that as a Titan from Attack on Titan and not a Titan from from Final Fantasy. But you know what? I'm okay with the two things blending together. I feel like that's fine. Then again, Titans looked like an absolute jackass in like so many different Final Fantasy games. My favorite iteration of Titan is just Big Diaper Titan, because I'm just like, what is this? What is this giant rock man with a diaper on? And that Shiva looks good too. Call me crazy, but I'm feeling like there's a bit of a mismatch here. I don't care how much ice magic she's got going. That thing is enormous. Like, That thing is so absurdly large. It's like I feel like a Pokemon mismatch here. It's like, realistically, like, what's actually gonna beat like Whale Lord? Nothing. Like, it's just nothing. Nothing at all. This is where the pro tag dies, and that's the end of the game. Congratulations.
You don't get to die here, Wyvern. Move!
Oh god. What? You know what that felt like? That cutscene transition of him like talking and then just like kind of like snapping around and running. I don't know why. That reminded me so much of Dragon's Dogma for some reason. Like I don't know what it was about that in particular. Like that felt so Dragon's Dogma. Because Dragon's Dogma is so jank about that. Like they're just like, they'll like say some shit and then just and then they'll just like run away. You're like, oh bye, sorry. Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt whatever the hell you were doing. I guess so, Roto. The only thing that made me think that they were, I mean, because obviously that was the whole indicator of whatever, is that they, I guess they transform into them or what. I don't know the specifics of it yet, but the only reason I even recognized that, my brain put 2 and 2 together there, was literally because of her fingernails. Because I was like, wait a minute, she's got the same fingernails as this lady. Oh, right. This all makes sense. This all makes sense. And frankly, at this point, I think Titan should just be renamed to Well-Built Man anyway. What a great name. Imagine saying that one for one of your cool-ass summons in Final Fantasy. You're just like, oh, watch out. Here comes Well-Built Man. He's gonna ruin your life. He's gonna ruin your life. You better watch out. It wasn't so much the frame rate coffee, even though that is true. It's more about like going from like, I guess like static scripted cutscene animation to damn. God, this is so crazy dark for a Final Fantasy game so far. Like, in a weird way, it kind of makes me feel like if Final Fantasy 12 was a bit more focused and extremely dark, like just straight out the gate. And the only reason I'm probably feeling that right now is probably the general color palette of it. But I don't think this is intended to be an evilist or anything like that, so. Or in any way connected to like the tactics like universe or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, they're earning that M rating, that's for sure. they're definitely doing it. Yeah, no, that cutscene definitely did feel very, very Dragon's Dogma, for sure. Moisten the man. The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. Great.
Well, if you're not cut out to be a shield, there's always work for you in the
I don't know, man. You could probably, like, do you think you could Phoenix down somebody that got squished by a rock? Like, do you think that's doable?
I'm sure he'd find a way. My brother always looks after me. Right?
Go on. You're sure to hit him eventually.
Don't give up
Hold up. First off, that dog doesn't look real. Second, he's cute, but he doesn't look real. Like, why does that child sound like some shit off like Peppa Pig? And they don't look that young. Like, I don't know what it was. Like, the girl sounds appropriate. That child sounds like they're like 4.
Come, show me your form.
Oh yes, show me your form. Okay, no, like I get it. He's video game dog. I'm talking about like there's something about his face. Anyway, whatever. All right. So we got standard melee attack chain here. Feels pretty good. Let's do it again. Nice.
Very good.
You know, it's interesting that they even, like,
Such swordsmanship will serve
kind of
you
surprised
well
that
in the
they tutorialize combat at all.
said of your spellcraft.
Because, like, it's very popular nowadays to, like, kind of throw you in... Well, tutorialize it in this kind of sense. Because I feel like a lot of things, like, throw you right into the mix of it with, like, tutorial prompts. So, it's interesting to actually kind of see this setup like this. Like, an actual, like, training sequence. Which makes sense. I mean, like... But I guess, like, in my brain, like, this feels... Not dated, but... Yeah, just give him the old pews. Just get in his face and just give him the pew.
You wield the Firebird's flames just as a
Also, that child over there, how much is that child like a turbo mage? Like, I'm sure that is like the most Final Fantasy shit to do, is to make child in the corner like turbo ultra mega mage. Now what they should have done is made him turbo ultra mega warrior. That's just bullshit. Break the mold. Turn him into a mega warrior. Just have him get yoked out. Alright. There's R1 to evade enemy attacks. Precision dodging. Evading an attack at the precise moment is dealt will temporarily slow the enemy, making it more susceptible to counter using square or triangle.
Come on.
Yep. That feels pretty good. You know, there's always like a...
Oh, sure I had you.
God, it's so weird to me, like, how much better this feels than, like, Final Fantasy 15. And, that's, like, kind of depressing in a way, because I remember, like, 15... This is, like, kind of what I wanted 15 to play like, but it just didn't.
Remember, Clive,
and that's not 15's fault. I feel like if 15 had been done by a dedicated team, in the time frame it was supposed to be done in, and, like, Square wasn't being the biggest doo-doo faces on the planet about it. Like, I feel like it would have been way better, and it had the makings to be way better, but the problem was that it just didn't. That game went through dev hell for so long, and, you know, like, the story and all that aside, like, whatever. That's not my main critique with it. My main critique is the fact that that game plays like shit. Like, and that's just my opinion on it. I know some people like it, but... Okay, so this is iconic feats. The Blessing of the Phoenix grants Clive the ability to perform feats of inhuman strength and dexterity. Phoenix Shift is one such iconic feat. Press circle, or, yeah. What's the button on the PlayStation prompts there? Oh, cross, there you go, because it's not X, it's cross. Okay, both melee and ranged attacks can be executed while using Phoenix Shift. Alright, cool. That's interesting. It's interesting that's like a gap closer, kind of in its own way or whatever. That's neat. Can you lock? Oh, no, that just recenters the camera. Actually, oh, L1 locks on. Okay. Got it. Well, like, that's what I said. I'm not really going to be critical of the story. Like, I could talk about that. I'm talking mostly about, like, how 15 just kind of plays like poop.
And death may come by a handful of cuts as easily as it comes by 1,000. There is only one way to ensure that you do not fall. Keep your wounds mended and your energies replenished.
What's really strange about this is, like,
of which, my lord,
part of it looks like very next gen in its, like, presentation, and then part of it kind of doesn't. It's really odd, actually. It doesn't look bad in any way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna be like, hey, this shit. No, it doesn't look bad. It's just, it's a very unique, like, visual quality to it. Oh, neat. Cool. Okay, so the quick action. So far, it's pretty standard as far as, like, the layout of everything goes, as far as, like, action RPG stuff, so...
Pivotal moments, wherein life and death can be decided at a...
I was gonna say to make the child a Mega Trader, and then I remember being a Mega Trader is the second thing that happens after Mega Mage in Final Fantasy.
If you are to navigate...
Oh, I'm sure that child is either Turbo Black Mage, Crazy Boom City, or Turbo Red Mage. However, I would also say they might do Blue Mage too, because they've done that before with the Ungo Bungo child in Final Fantasy VI. You know.
While he's drowned.
I thought you'd never ask.
Come then, Lord Rosfield. Spar with me.
Don't call me Lord Rosfield. Call me by my true title, Cliverick.
As you wish, my lord.
What do you think those pauldrons are doing? You think those are helping at all? Like little leather, whatever. Don't call him Gal. Call him Dirty Diaper Child. Come on. You know this Garrison. That's his real name. The will gauge indicates an opponent's will to fight, break their spirit by landing attacks, and strike them when they're vulnerable. Okay, so we're doing like a break gauge type thing, which is... Oh, Meant to dodge that. It's gonna be kind of strange. Part of me wants to use like circle to dodge, which is strange. I don't know why I want that, but yeah. So far though, it feels pretty good. Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't. Yeah, the dodge mechanic feels great. Oh, and this is the Phoenix Shift, or oh, I can't use Rising Flames yet. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at like what all we have available to us. I'm seeing if they gave us anything else as far as all that stuff goes. I didn't. Yeah, I was about to say I don't think I tried the iconic feat with magic. Oh my God, he's staggered. Okay. Lord Murdoch's will has been broken, leaving him staggered. Try dealing as much damage as you can before he regains his senses. Use R2 and square to execute Rising Flame, a powerful iconic ability granted Clive by the blessing of the Phoenix. Yeehaw! God, that feels very like Devil May Cry-ish. A lot of stagger damage. I like the way it feels like you can kind of maybe cancel into the dodges a little bit. Maybe not completely, but it does feel like there is some of that in there. Give him the old fuego in the booty. Give him the old fuego. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Like, I think the combat feels solid. It's making me a little frustrated that like I wish 15 could have been like this, because I think 15 with a good combat system could have been like way better, but
See? I told you he could do it.
Aye.
why's that child sound so tiny? Maybe I'll get used to it. Maybe it was just the first few lines.
Bested at last. It's taken me long enough.
That was a display worthy
I'm
of
put
your
this up here so you guys get to appreciate it.
You are a true shield of the flame. Let no one tell you otherwise, including me.
You're like, wow, game's real fun. Look at Gollum just staring at you, just waiting to hold your balls.
Back to your drills.
Hey, Annie Fairy, how you doing? What you been up to? I haven't seen you a bunch lately. I did catch a message in Discord about the dog thing. We're currently working on the little foster cat right now, so we haven't given him a name or anything. We don't know if we're keeping him yet. So that's because 15's combat is poo. Okay. All right. Well, Black Mage is out. I'm going with Red Mage. That's what I'm sticking with because the silly coat.
I was just tired. The Phoenix's flames are a gift. You mustn't waste them.
It isn't a waste. My shields look after me. Why shouldn't I?
Oh, Lord.
Why? You were coughing this morning too. You shouldn't be outdoors.
This game is so fucking dark, like straight out the gate. It's like, oh great, he's got tuberculosis. Good.
His grace has returned.
Good.
Father's back.
Look at the child's got tuberculosis. It's what gives him his red mage powers.
Your Grace, please, this is no place for one such as you.
I would gladly brave hell itself to see my darling boy.
Damn, there are a lot of white people in this.
Gentlemen, Rosaria thanks you for your indefatigable loyalty.
He just walks up like,
Your Grace.
damn, it's sound real fucking white, dude. Jesus.
Joshua.
Probably a little diversity up in this
We
bitch.
should not be out of doors. We have discussed this.
I'm sorry.
Good day to you, Mother.
Damn, dude, he got that ArthurFist.jpg.
Come, Joshua.
You know, I'm glad video games have come far
Your
enough
father will
that,
be
like,
expecting us.
that stank face that she just gave is so... was so... it was so well conveyed.
Murdoch?
Like, damn, dude. She got that big stank. You know what's crazy about you bringing up Indefatigable? I can't even say it. Indefatigable is that the first time I think I ever heard that was like a cartoon, and I don't remember what it was. But it was definitely when I was like super young. But I remember hearing that word, and I was like, what does that mean? It's like, what does that mean? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great, Skip, but at this point, though, like, if I really think about it, there's really not a lot from Square that I've actually enjoyed in the last, like, decade. I would say Final Fantasy XIV's probably one of the only ones, and I'm gonna be honest with you, that's probably half the reason that they had them even, like, that team, for the most part, do this. Because they're probably the only team that has not gotten a shitload of, like, negative feedback in the last, like, decade. So at this point, I'm pretty sure that they're just, like, gonna lean on them to, like, be like, hey, can you make our games, since, like, we just keep blowing it in some way, shape, or form? Because there's a few companies like that now, though, where, like, most of the company sucks, except for, like, one team that's doing something great, or whatever. Like, I feel like, oh, God. What, Squad?
You are well, I trust.
I would hope they're the Final Fantasy team. The other team's probably dead because, like, who the hell else would be left?
Is that so?
Also, at this point, like, I mean, when's the last time, like, between games, the Final Fantasy development team was, like, mostly the same? It's probably been a long time. Oh yeah, the 7 remake. Yeah, I keep okay. Let's put an addendum on that. New Final Fantasy games.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Okay, dog looks better here than he did earlier. He's pretty damn cute.
The capital rejoices at your safe return, Your Grace.
That's a good point, Squad. Yeah, but that was before, I guess, that group took over. So
We must make ready.
Thanks, man.
Is the situation truly so grave?
Come to the throne room. We will talk there.
Yes, Father.
Yes, Pat.
Shields dismissed.
Yeah, kind of junk. Like, some companies really good and execute really well, and then others are still, like, stuck in the weird, like, 2010s mentality where they just kind of suck ass. Look at that little boy go! God, he's cute. Don't eat the butterfly. You little nugget. Look at his little butt. Look at him. That's a bold move, putting a dog in, like, the early sequences, dude. Because, like, dogs still a little tough to get right. Something, something, Call of Duty dog, something, something, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, but, like, Dragon Quest does not do well in the West. Even, like, when it does well, it still doesn't do well. Like, yeah, graphically. Yeah, it's a little tricky, I think, to get dogs right still. I've still seen more instances of it look weird or, like, out of place rather than it looking, like, really good. Oh no, I'm just talking about no, not the dog dying. I'm just talking about visually. That bro looking like somebody who got a face tat at like 16 and made like the biggest mistake of his life.
Forgive me,
Thank you,
Lord
sir.
Marquess, pray do not concern yourself with this bungling cur.
I got me a face tattoo, now nobody will harm me.
I say to speak.
Why are you so jittery? Alright, you're good. Damn, I like his EpiPen he's got on his belt there.
Really?
Also, I'm sorry to hear that everybody's sick again, Annie Ferry. I know that sucks. If it makes you feel any better, we've been fighting over here with everything. Nothing seems to want to go our way.
Treat their bearers half so well. He was lucky to be born in your father's dominion. Very lucky, as I remind him every day.
Oh, I love Dragon Quest. Like, but it's, again though, it's just one of those things. It's never gonna do well in the West. I think so. Like, no matter how well it does, it's never gonna hold a candle like some of the other series that are just ripping it.
His good fortune will continue.
Of course, if that is.
God, imagine if your name was just straight up Slave Master.
Don't work too hard. Remember, it is for the good of the duchy that you serve.
As do we all, my lord.
No, shut up, bitch. You don't do anything.
As do we all.
Fucking ye olden landlord over here.
Come along now. Back to your
Dude, speaking of
duties.
Reddit and like the Reddit drama that's been like going on, which like I fucking hate the people that run that site now. What else is new though, right? Speaking of landlords, I will never forget landing on a subreddit that somehow hit like the front page for something. And I'm so glad I wasn't alone, because I think a lot of people who went in there thought it was like satire, and it wasn't. It was like a legitimate like circle jerk for people who like own property and like rent out property and are like horrifically shit to like the people who rent their properties. And it was like love for landlords or something like that. I can't remember what the name of the sub was, but I could not believe that it wasn't satire. And like the amount of people who commented that were like, this is a while ago, this is like probably 6 months to a year ago. But like seeing other people look at that and be like, oh fuck, I thought this place was a joke. Y'all are serious. Like, you fucking weirdos are absolutely serious and are like actually jacking off each other while referring to people who rent your properties as rentoids or some shit. I'm like, wow. It's like, that's incredible. Animal instinct.
Harvests down again, apparently. This war ends up dragging on, we'll starve.
That's not a button I expected to have. Stop milking the crystals! Why did it have to be like this? Okay, like, this is just not a shot that I expected in a Final Fantasy game of Slave Master to the left, who is looking at this man who is milking a crystal.
I'm having my bed.
God.
Best to save what crystals we can.
But anyway, yeah, that whole like that whole fucking love for landlord shit. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, look, there's nothing wrong with like owning property and like renting it out and shit. Like, there's been plenty of people that like I rented from and stuff that were really nice. There's been cool companies that I rented from that actually worked like well with everybody and weren't dickheads, and like, it's whatever. But like, god damn, the weird like superiority complex that those psychos get. That shit's crazy. Like, the amount of jack off that was going on in that place, I was like, this is unreal. Make it for the throne room. Here I go. I'm gonna jump over this thing and do stuff. I actually do think that Gollum has ruined me. I really do, because there are just, I see like corners and I try to like, I'm like, I could noodle in that. Like, I could skedaddle into that bad boy real quick. Well, look, considering that old Yoshi Liza P, you know, directed this, I'm a little bit scared at some point with all the crystal milk that's going on. That at some point one's gonna be getting stepped on, and I'm just gonna hear him in a deep echoed voice just, step on me, please. I'm like, there it is. Which is still, that man's done good work. That is still the thing I will always remember about his ass, is that shit was so fucking funny. I've never seen something that just organically stupidly funny at like a presentation or like a con or anything like that. Like, that shit was so fucking funny. Oh my god. I don't know about that one. I actually think this one legit started as like just a circle jerk about like landlords who were jacking each other off. And that in that particular case. However, I do know what you're talking about. I feel like a lot of stuff has done that, but that one in particular, I think that one actually just started off as a weird circle jerk. Like, Thank you, Annie Ferry, for those words that you said. Also, we were talking about things that have been made and sent to the PO box the other day, and forgot how awesome the little baby Yoda was, because he's actually sitting back there. Because we were talking about Chibi Robo and that. We were talking about the Korok that Erica made. We were talking about all the cool things that people have done over the years the other night, and so that one got brought up because he's sitting right back there. You can't really see him on camera, but he is back there. Man said it with his whole chest, and you gotta respect it. That is true, yeah. That is true. No, I didn't see shit about tip your landlord. What is that? What the hell does that mean? Oh, look, it's old stank face lady. What's she up to? Does this have like a photo mode? I'm assuming it does. Pretty much every game has one these days, right? Weirdly enough, I don't think it does. I'm sure it does. Oh, thank God it's got an optimized gear button, because I'm gonna be honest with you, like early Final Fantasy, like optimized gear is normally fantastic, because I feel like that takes a little bit of the tedium out of like updating like weapons and stuff like that before you actually get to a point where it's worth looking into stuff. So I love when there's an optimize button. I mean, like, it's not really great like later in the game, but for like early stuff, it's pretty dang good. All right, so here's the journal, which keeps track of all of our stuffity stuffs. Some item things there, just equipping stuff. Oh, there it is. Yeah, photo mode. Perfect. Gaze upon the... Come on, man. Just trying to get some stank face. I like the button for climb. Bro, you ever need to just turn off your climb? The other day I was at the grocery store and I saw something I want to take a picture. I was like, dang, I wish I could turn off my climb. I don't know why a button for you to turn off your climb. Oh my god. I have expect like to see like the next like keynote from like Apple or some shit. And they're talking about like, we've made great sweeping improvements to iOS. You can now disable your Clive directly from the camera roll. Be like, oh, thank God, dude. Thank God I can turn off my Clive. Hallelujah, dude. Thank God. All I've ever wanted was to turn off Clive. It really is strange though. Like this does look good, but there are parts of it that do. I don't know what it is about it. Like part of it looks like weirdly kind of dated, but then not. It's strange. It looks great. I think the game looks fantastic. Like don't get me wrong. I'm not like I think the graphics is so bad. Like
Marquis, forgive my man. He'll be done in a jiffy.
Dude, there is way too much slavery in this. Damn, is there a toggle for turning off slavery? It's ridiculous. You got this man using wind magic over there to trim your hedges. This is like the pinnacle of just like hubris over here. They're just like, what if I use the wind crystals to go over here and just trim your hedges? Literally horticulturist.
That child is the future.
I think Gollum may have broken your brain. Dude, okay, like I'm looking, okay, I see a Clive toggle and I'm also looking at this. I have to stare at this, and this is Zach's fault. And to think I was bringing up recently, I'm like, well, you know, maybe in like a year or so, depending on how much it gets used, maybe we'll can the PO box or something. And then I get sent ball holding Gollum. And I can't stop looking at him. And I hate him so much. Do you hear that? Mod check. Swaka. I like censorship's the onomatopoeia of like I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope we get to just go around and milk the crystals. Wow, that was pretty funny. Some of this feels like a little silly so far. Like that's kind of silly. But I guess that's like teaching you about interactive like cutscene stuff. So I guess you could like forcibly like push a door open or whatever. But like that felt so. Look at him waving. The teeny tiny baby. There he goes. Farewell, friend. I haven't been paying attention to the way they're like putting their swords away, and at this point I'm just convinced it's magnets or magic. He's got like a little sheath that he goes into. Not a very safe one though, because
my presence, Your
that
Grace.
thing probably gonna cut yourself.
How may I serve you?
All right, you can stop licking my boots. Mother isn't here.
all right. Hey Lily, how you doing?
Any better.
Oh shit. I forgot to turn on the thing again. Let me just refund everybody their points for stuff because I don't know who all's tried to like do shit. So here you go. That's even gonna refund some that have already gone through. But
a matter of time before it crosses the border.
All right, here's the agreement though. You guys have to use. You're not allowed to use Skycam during cutscenes. You have to use like you're only allowed to use green screen. Does that sound good?
Even if we were to send them south to Port Isolde, more would only follow in their wake.
Oh.
Every day we delay brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
against the Iron Kingdom.
Yeah.
We have traded blows with them for too long. It is time to end it.
Stop trading. Stop trading and start purchasing. Just the whole thing.
Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
The Iron Blood will not relinquish it easily. This will be a bitter fight.
We ride for Phoenix Gate tomorrow. There we will listen to the words of our ancestors, as tradition dictates.
Am I to go with you as Joshua's shield?
There is something else I would have you do first. Rodney.
Call me crazy, but I'm starting to think that Joshua's shield doesn't need to exist, because that kid's probably just stupid. Probably got some bullshit going on.
I've heard the reports, I'm sure, of beastmen from the north being sighted within our borders.
Goblins in the Stillwind Marshes. I know of the rumors, yes.
Then you know what must be done.
Such an interesting, like, demo for this, though, because, like, I feel like I'm playing the full game already, which is always weird, like, when you're doing a demo.
Stillwind, search it and clear it.
Good luck on Final Fantasy 16. I'm gonna wait the next year or two to play it myself. All right, buddy. Well, we're just doing the demo tonight, so we ain't going too deep because it doesn't come out for another like 6 days.
It is time to prove your strength and shut your mother up for good.
I will do my duty, Your Grace.
Who the hell clipped "there's a lot of white people here" and fucking said, "Oh no, it's the whites"?
That will be all.
Don't do
Rest
this.
well. We ride at dawn.
Not again.
Yes.
Why do I feel like at this point, like any RPG we do is just gonna be cursed by "oh no, it's the whites"? Like, here it comes. Thank you very much, Trails of Cold Steel. All right, let's see. Active time lore. Hold blah 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 to access the ATL compilation of important information relevant to Clive's current storyline progression. ATL can be reviewed in cutscenes. That's actually pretty cool. But what about my animal instinct button is the question. Cool, we still have that. Because if I didn't have the animal instinct, then what's the point? I hope you understand why I added that phrase to the auto mod. I mean, it probably shouldn't be there, but like, who did somebody say that? I didn't get any. Nobody didn't tell me that anybody said anything like that. Given how good Final Fantasy VII Remake was on PC, I wouldn't hold my breath. Well, that was like that weird the version that was on Epic, right? Like I think the version on Steam was fine, right? Like once it hit Steam, wasn't it okay? Because like I'm pretty sure what happened with that one was I think they rushed it to get it out on Epic or whatever. Yeah, I didn't see a flag for it either. Oh, yeah, it does that sometimes. It's weird. Do you think when these guys, like...
How long will you be away this time?
Not long.
Do you think when they take showers and stuff, do you think they milk a crystal over their face? Or, like, what's up with that? That's probably what they're doing, right?
And you will be taking Joshua.
Well, I can't exactly leave him behind, can I? The blood of the Rosfields runs in his veins. Before going to war, we perform the rite at Phoenix Gate. It's our way. You know that. And only the dominant can enter the apothecary, so yes, I'm taking Joshua.
Oh, to hell with your way! The boy is ill.
Yeah, but he got like turbo fire magic. He's fine.
But the boy is also the Phoenix. The heir to the throne. You can't keep him in swaddling clothes all of his life.
Elwyn!
Don't worry.
Maybe that's why he sounds like he's 4, because he's been like overprotected the entire time.
Though he is a youth of but 15 years.
Fuck that! 15?!
You will make a splendid shield.
You're crazy.
You seem more
That child sounds
than
4.
Phoenix did.
That kid sounds like straight Peppa Pig. Like, and you gonna be like 15.
For such a failure.
Yeah, look, I know he's got a condition or something, but like, oh, Clive is 15. I thought
Nonsense.
I thought he meant Joshua. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Not this again. You know as well as I do that I only sit upon the throne because my father was taken before his time. I am merely warming the seat till Joshua.
7 would make sense. He doesn't look 7 though.
You are your father's firstborn son, and you sit upon the throne.
Oh Lord.
All is in its right place. Unlike some, you have not disgraced our noble blood.
People are gonna be loving this with the overt horn going in.
Your precious noble blood would long since have graced the gutter.
Everybody pregnant.
We have an early start. I'm going to sleep.
I'd believe he was like 16 in that, yeah. They bathe in freshly squeezed crystal milk. God. God.
This is it then.
HBO, are you referring to Max?
Wishing on a star.
I'm a little old for that. I should get some sleep.
One of these days I'm going to become proficient in programming enough to make a mod for every game that makes it to where anytime characters get close enough, they high-five. Even if it looks absolutely terrible and their arm like breaks in half and like snaps backwards, I want them as soon as they approach to just instant high-five.
Aren't you?
Be like, yeah, dog.
Shield.
I don't care how unnatural it looks. Just a quick high-five.
He takes too many risks. I only wish I could save him from himself.
Clive, you...
Alan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
I have another mission too. Father has given me my first command.
Well, if you're not going to pray to...
Also, if they're for real hitting me with this dude being 15, I don't really buy that either. Why are your eyes watering? Do you have crystals in them that need to be milked?
There's going to be another war, isn't there? Since coming here, I've begun to take peace for granted. I assumed the war between our nations would be the last. But it never really ends, does it?
No. The next war will be bigger than before.
But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You're a shield of Rosaria, after all, and blessed by the Phoenix.
What'd you cold from? You got like all these full ass. Don't touch. There you go. Back that hand up. Back it up, dude. Like 18 people are pregnant already. Back this shit up. Don't support anybody. We all know touching hands makes pregnant. And y'all are like family or some shit, so that's even more fucked up. So just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's even more fucked up. When one blinks, it automatically milks your natural eye crystal. Oh my god. Oh, that's cute, Ivan. It hasn't been... I mean, yeah, it's been a little while. Well, mainline Final Fantasy stuff, yeah, it's been a while since we've had, like, a more, yeah, like, medieval fantasy style setting. I don't mind it when Final Fantasy games do, like, the futuristic style thing. It's just... It's unfortunate that everything past, like... 10s was kind of futuristic-y to a degree, but, like, not really.
Good luck.
Because 10s is more like post-apocalypse kind of weird stuff. 12 was probably the last one, I guess. Unless you count 14, but 14's its own unique weird animal, so.
Friends, we ride for Phoenix Gate. May the blessing of
Yeah, there's something about like the visuals that like it looks really good, but then some parts look a little odd, which is just it just looks strange. Never looks bad though. It just looks a little odd in some bits. It kind of reminds me of like if you remember when like when RE7 first came out, and to a lesser degree like RE2 remake, like just some of the faces just look odd.
Lord Rossfield, allow me. I shall see her safely to Phoenix Gate.
Thank you.
See, like right there, imagine how sick like a quick high five would have been. Just slap hands real quick. Who are these bros?
My lord.
Also, what is that collar, man? That's not even connected to anything. That's like if my ass went to like fucking American Eagle, cut off like a polo collar, and just glued it on. I'd be like, it makes it fancy. Because the modern day equivalent of their outfits right now would be like if somebody were wearing a tank top and just cut the collar off of a polo. It'd be like, yeah, it's good. That'll protect me from a neck stab, except for the part that's, you know, above that. So it's cool.
With pleasure, my lord. As you command.
Is American Eagle still in business?
To the marshes then.
Are they still real? Shit, I don't even know. Shut up, Giga Crow. It's not a real thing. It's just not a real thing. Don't lie to people. I didn't even see his name was fucking... Dude, what were Yoshi P and the gang doing? Were they like, all right, for the names, we need to find the most, like, just... They're not even bad names. They're just like, what are the most, like, normal but not normal names we can possibly pick? Like, all right, we got Clive, we got Wade. Like, I'm half expecting one of these fuckers to roll in. His name's gonna be fucking Daryl or some shit. I'm like, great, perfect. The Easter Bunny's twin brother has arrived. Hallelujah. Yeah, like Yoshi P's sitting at his desk one night and he's like, God, I need to name these characters. White people names, America, United States, 1994. What do we got? God, just 3 bros going in the forest. Just a couple tutorial bros. Are they wearing red? Because they're probably
Keep
done.
your eyes open for those goblins.
Like, let's be real.
Lord's placed them in this area.
Oh, they got red on them. They're fucked.
It's all swamps.
they're screwed.
What's your step, my lord?
Don't tell me where to step. Jeez. It's always got to be like this. Always got to be like this. Damn, is Nick really that generic of a name? Fuck. You know, that's fine. Honestly, it is pretty generic. I should have gone by my middle name, which you will not know. Feeling overwhelmed? Try equipping one or more of the 5 timely accessories. For example, the Ring of Timely Strikes allows wearer to chain complex attack combos, only using square. The Ring of Timely Focus slows time before an incoming attack, allowing for extended evasion windows. It's an interesting way to do. It's an interesting way to do adaptive difficulty. Huh. That is neat. Huh. I don't know if I probably won't use those, but like that's cool. I'm fine with that kind of stuff. I mean, as long as it's optional and people can, like, you know, turn that off and on, that seems pretty neat to me. Dude, look at that gremlin man over there. Executing a dodge with R1 at the moment of the enemy attack not only increases evasion efficacy, but also allows for counterattacks. We've also got Magic Burst, which is using triangle immediately after landing a melee attack to deliver a close-range magic burst. That's pretty cool. We only have 50 AP anyway, so... But it's cool to see, like, a... almost kind of like Sphere Gritty style talent system deal. Also seems like there's a way to reset these, too, which is cool. So that's neat. God, that menu change sounds like Silent Hill, and that's, like, screwing me up. That's screwing me up big time. What about the thong song? What is my middle name? Yeah, that's cool that it takes an equipment slot, but they definitely feel like they're more like accessibility oriented things, which is that's totally fine with me. I don't care, man. As long as it's optional and you can just play the game normally otherwise, like it's a little weird to see that though, considering that there was an option early on for more like story focused difficulty, so it's odd to see that. And then like I'm surprised that, well, I mean, I guess that makes it more granular, right? Like that means that you could have like one and maybe not the other. You can play on like a regular difficulty and then you maybe have a really hard time with dodges or something like that, so you could equip something like that to help you out. So that's pretty cool. Damn, 2 entire Gilliams on the ground? Hot damn. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, okay, game. All right. Oh, it does it, squad. That's interesting. Damn, dude, we got one of them! All right, hold it close to your heart and never forget. And your balls. God. That's pretty close, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good. Oh, Lord, here they come. I like their silly little hats. I'm gonna assume that they were human at some point, because otherwise their silly hats make about no sense. Use triangle after striking an opponent with a square to conjure a magic explosion that deals significant damage. So it's like a... Okay, cool. Oh yeah, that is neat. Nice. Nice. Yeah, the dodge button being R1 is definitely gonna be weird, but I like the RGB separation on the names when you hit them. That's actually really neat. Love me some RGB separation. It's what I use in all the shorts, which I'm sure like a grand total of like 2 people have even noticed that. I use it on the text to make it a little bit more, give it a little bit of like visual prominence without it being like too distracting. It's the ball grabbers, run! They're gonna be holding your testes. You better watch out. Oh, dang. What we got? Oh, squidge on in. Hell yeah. Squidge on in that orifice. What? Remap? Oh, I mean, I'm fine with it being... You probably can remap stuff. Actually, I'm not positive on that. You can... There are multiple types, but I don't think you can, like, physically just remap. Which, I'm fine with it. It's just gonna take me... It'll take me a little bit to get used to.
Welcome to Stillwind. Have care, my lord.
Chromatic aberration and RGB separation are pretty much the same thing, to my knowledge.
There's more.
I think chromatic aberration is a bit more, like, blurred, which that might actually be chromatic aberration due to the way it... Oh, it's when they die that it happens. Okay. Interesting. Some enemies will drop gil upon defeat. Glues gather automatically by approaching glittering icon. Thank God. Oh, I thought they were going to get in there and get me. Yeehaw! Yeah, combat feels really good so far. I like it. Dude. Hearing a character say farewell on defeating an enemy. Oh, that drags me back into Kingdom Heartsville. What was that? Is that Aqua that says farewell when she defeats an enemy in like 2.8 Fragmentary Passage HD Collection Remaster Remix? That might have been in Birth by Sleep, actually, is when she says that. I can't even remember. Oh, what? What? Jesus Christ! Man, that dude got scringled. Holy crap. How'd I get to photo mode? I gotta zoom. I want to zoom in on that. I'm gonna have to go check on the little cat here in a minute. Damn, dude. He got big scrunch. Oh my god. I've heard this game described as MGR light. Like Metal Gear Rising? That definitely would not be where my brain went. It feels a little like Devil May Cry-ish. But anyway, I'm probably gonna go check on the little cat here in a little bit because I gotta go see how he's doing. She only says it in the Eastern European Sega Saturn re-release? Oh yeah, of course, you're right. You're right. How could I have forgotten? How could I have forgotten what she does when she do? Yes, the strength tonic. Is there fall damage? No. Exciting. Well, at least not from that level. What is a way to... Oh no! It's okay. Everything's fine. Everybody relax. It's all fine. Yeah, that little creature in there's yelling. He's a real sweet little cat.
Some of their number of spells.
What? Dude? Spell sling nothing. Damn, dude! Just eat his entire butt! Oh my god, step on his golem nuts. I wonder if oh, okay, we do have access to Rising Flame. Alright. What does that deplete? I didn't even like see it. Oh no! Yeah, like Rising Flame feels that feels very like Nero. But in actual practice, like the few times we've used it, it doesn't actually feel like that. Like it doesn't functionally do the same thing as like his big ass uppercut. So unless like there's something else to it later on, which might be the case. Maybe. Sponsored by Quixel Megascan. I didn't actually see if that was used at all in this. All right. Before we keep going, I'm gonna go check on Little Orange Cat. Which, if anybody who's unaware, you can see it on the tweeters. But basically, the TLDR on this one is
Nest of goblins.
Yeah, found a cat outside the other day, brought him in, checked him for a chip at the local vet. Of course, he doesn't have one, and yeah, so so he's staying with us until we're either deciding whether we're keeping him or whatever. And his visit with the vet is Tuesday to get his shots and stuff. So I'm gonna take a short break. Stick around if you want to watch more of this, because we'll be doing more, and I'll be back here in a minute because I'm gonna go check on the. I wish I could like. Oh, dude, I could hook him. I wonder how. Okay. I wonder if he holds. Let's find out. Let's try to hook him in. Now, he may or may not hold. We'll see. Because he's holding the weight of the world right now. But he's the heft alone. Whatever. Y'all get to look at that. I'll be right back. I like how Kale's first instinct was to attack it. He's like, you know what? He's like, I have to kill it. I have to kill this. I'm actually, if he's gonna fall, more time would be bad. Wait, what? Oh, wait, did we bet on this or something? Holy crap. I didn't know there was a bet. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Hey, Piggy? No, this is not the full game. No, this is just the demo. Sorry, I should have maybe notated that in the title. For sure. Wait, was there actually was a bet on this? Of this, he did make it, allegedly. This disgusting abomination. I look more like him every day. Sorry, so I had to go see the little cat. I fed him a little bit, and he got to scrub, and every time I go in there, I wash my hands and then go pay some attention to Kale, because I don't want him to feel like he's getting replaced or anything like that. Oh, gotta get rid of the BRB. Oh, is the demo thing in the title? Well, some people might have gotten it early or something like that. That happens sometimes. So it depends. That do be how it is. Speaking of which, I talked a little bit about at the beginning of the stream for anybody who missed it. I talked a little bit about the I talked about the little orange cat that showed up. So if you want information on that, that's there. I talked about the Twitch Partner Plus thing, which at first I was excited about and then realized probably won't actually apply to as many partners as they probably think it will, or it's exactly how they think it'll work. So that was something I was excited about, then ended up kind of being bummed out because unfortunately I don't think we'll qualify for it. And then what else did we talk about? Talked a little bit about the Reddit situation because I've been keeping close tabs on that. What else? Shoot. I guess that's about it. Oh, the frames and all that stuff. Now that's like still an ongoing issue, but not as bad as it has been at least, but it still sucks. I don't know what happened to Kaylee. Came in here for a second. Big 30. What are we talking about? Wait, did you just turn 30 or something? What's happening? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Anyway, while we're in Skycam, before we jump back into this, I did want to say a quick thank you to everybody for the support tonight. We've gotten one new follower this fine evening, which is fantastic because we had a massive raid from Spoofy earlier, which was super cool. Thank you again for that. That was awesome. And then on top of that, we have gotten 7 subs, and we have made $2 tonight. So thank you guys for the $2. That was from Jigakuro. And thank you guys for the 7 subs as well. Thank you for supporting this stream, keeping it all ad-free and all that stuff. Wow, that point bet was the smallest I've ever seen. It was 10 and 20. Wow. That is like thoroughly impressive. But anyway, speaking of things that are thoroughly impressive, I guess let's keep rolling. This is pretty good so far. I like this. I have pretty much 0 expectations. Damn, 30 seconds. That's very small. Damn, girl shooting bullets. Magic bullets with that. Oh, I thought you were saying like turn 30 or something. Well, I didn't know what that emote was. I just saw like, oh, it's like a gold.
Sneaky sods.
Like a gold chest, I guess.
My lord.
That little cat is still yelling. I had a feeling he'd probably wind up while I was working, unfortunately, so I'll have to take a couple breaks here and there and go visit him. But the only issue is it's hard to go in and out because we basically have to airlock Kale because, you know, damn, he blowing that horn with his gross mouth. He'd use an L2 to target. I don't know why I'm doing that because it's not. Was the magic burst thing is at the end of the combo though, right? I thought we didn't have that unlocked. That's why it was weird to see that. Oh, Nelly. And it seems like you can also like you can interrupt that at like different moments. I'm also not using Phoenix Shift like at all, and I really need to because it's really good. Yeah, I just keep kind of forgetting about it. God, that poor gremlin man. Oh no! Oh my God! That feel when the chungy one shows up.
Here it comes.
God, that thing is gross. Larger enemies must be faced with cautions, or caution. Use the blessing of the Phoenix not to deal, to not only deal considerable damage, but also break their will. Right, so this is gonna be, yeah, where we have to like build the stagger gauge, which is up there in the top right, which is an interesting spot for that. So.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeep. God, smack him right in the ween. We got him. Partial stagger. Enemies will become partially staggered when their will gauge reaches 50%, creating a short opening in which combination attacks are easily landed. That's actually pretty smart to do something like that, because I feel like oh god, could not cancel out of that quick enough. the big wallop. Oh, we're almost there. Get it right in the grundle. Hitting them all the down. Completely reducing an enemy's will gauge will stagger it. Extra damage is dealt when an enemy is fully staggered, increasing each strike landed up to a maximum of 150%. Cool. Yeah, I feel like some of the things they're doing with this are pretty interesting takes on systems we've seen them try before. That like Stagger's one that we've seen them do a couple times. Damn, that Mondo swing. Damn! Oh, you can continue to precision. Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's actually really cool that you can continue to, like, precision dodge it. Now I'm kind of excited for him to do that again, hopefully, so I can try to hit, like, all of them. Yeah, that feels really good. Yeah, you can do like the aerial bit too. That's nice. Yeehaw! We'll probably end up killing him here, I would imagine. Oh, I can also do the rising flame thing. Yeah, there we go. All right. No, he's still somehow alive. Man's hanging in there for sure. Okay, here we go. All right. Oh, Lord. Oh, shit, you can parry it. Nice. Use square just as an opponent attacks to parry the strike, temporarily slowing down the time. Oh, that's neat. Well, hot damn. Yeah, no, the combat feels really good so far. Like, that feels great. Super cool. Yeah, the fact that you can dodge through that. I guess the idea would be to dodge it and then strike him immediately to get, like, the parry, but it is cool, though, that you could probably just spam through it, I guess, and get, like, multiples of those and get, like, a combination of it going or something like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so hard leather armlets, though, at first glance, modest wrist... Oh, God, fucking item descriptions. Might appear an uncomfortable fit for those cursed with fleshy forearms. Upon further inspection, one would be relieved to discover the band incomplete, affording its wearer a modicum of comfort, be he swine or starveling. Great. If there's anything I'd associate with that thing in general, I would say comfort would be a word that I'm thinking of. There he goes.
Come back and fight, you coward!
I mean, what about you? What about that thing made you think that it would be, like, brave in any capacity? It's wearing, like, a foreskin hat, and it's blowing a horn at shit. So, like, I don't think it's gonna be brave in any way. I just don't. I just don't think that's gonna happen.
There he is.
Oh, we're apparently out of space for potions. There he is, get him! What are you doing? You can't just do that. Well, that's just illegal. That's just illegal. Yeehaw. I was wondering if you could actually catch up to him with that. Probably not. He's probably also, like, weirdly scripted or something. Damn, dude.
This ends now.
Maybe these guys just live in the forest, just holding ball sacks. Like, that might be what they do. And yet here we are killing them. Like, look at the adversity that these dudes have. But look at that shit. He's got to deal with that on a daily basis, and we're rolling up about to kill him. As Marlboro Light shows up, and he just wants to eat our entire ass. Give us the stink.
Clear of its maw, my lord.
Nah, it's cool.
Its breath is worse than its bite.
That's cool that they throw like a marble in like that. Do you remember they had to change the name of these guys due to copyright issues?
That reeks! I said stay away from its mouth.
Oh, look. Okay. Yeah, the magic burst thing's pretty easy to do. You just have to remember that it's a thing. Because I keep forgetting that it's a thing, basically. Oh, shit. I thought I could, like, maybe interrupt that. About my band on band riding plane. God damn, it's got a lot of health. Holy shit. That was a pretty fat combo, and that wasn't really enough.
Where's it going?
Where is it going? That's a solid question.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, loud. Ew, gross. Stab it right in its grundle. Alright, cinematic strike. When the screen flashes blue like this during pivotal moments, press square before the time runs out and deliver a devastating blow. Like spam it or... Oh no, it's just like it's a quick time event. Did I buy charged attacks? No, I don't think so. I don't think I bought anything actually. God, dude, it has so much health. Oh no! It got us on the stink. Yeah, I need to use Phoenix Shift for the gap closer a lot more. There we go. Parrying's also strange. Like it feels weird to use like the parries as like a strike right when they hit. But that's definitely one of those things I'd absolutely get used to. Oh no! Yeah, I'm assuming you could probably dodge that. Ew, he's pooping on us. Like, I'm doing about, what, like 2k damage in a stagger window normally.
You won't be gone for long.
There he goes. He's jigging down again. Yeah, there's been a few games that have done parries like that.
I cannot fall here.
I'm trying to think of a game recently that we did that had like parries that were similar to that. Yeehaw! Oh, cool! It does a stagger again. That's nice.
Final push, my lord.
Eat him, me lord. You know, you say final push, but I have this weird feeling that we'll have to do another combo chain of that. That's a lot. Oh wait, let me see if I can dodge this. Well, maybe if I'd actually hit the button, we might be able to dodge it. Oh lord, he going. Oh lord, he really going.
I think we made it angry. I'd rather we made it die.
I like that the precision dodges seem to chunk the stagger like a lot. God, that is like so hard to time that. Oh no! Okay, we should be able to beat him here. Well, maybe not actually. Nope. God damn, that thing has so much health. And Wild Rage is considerably harder to actually, like, to actually dodge. I know he did. He had to say final push. Hooray! All the victory fanfare is fun. All right, cool. Yeah, I do wonder how much AP we have, because we could probably spend some of that, I would imagine. I'm just glad we have control over our potions, and it's not like, you know, Gooby or Dongle that we have to deal with or something like that, because... Well, I mean, we have control over your potions, like Kingdom Hearts style stuff, too. It's just that having that agency is nice, but it'll be interesting to see how party members work as far as, like, their support stuff goes.
See it. Not just goblins in Rosaria, but mortals too. I'll petition His Grace to send a detachment.
I mean, it's dead. You don't need to send them. I don't know how many more of those there are going to be. Like, there's like 500 of them just sitting in the woods. You're like, oh, this place sucks, but just abandon it.
Don't want to be caught out here after dark.
If we set off now, we can still reach Phoenix Gate before nightfall.
Oh, like the, yeah, those are like, yeah, because I remember Metal Gear Risings, you like had to have the stick facing wherever the attack was coming from, and then you have to hit the button or whatever.
Damned blight.
Those always feel, like, that always does feel a little bit weird to me, though, is like countering like that, though, rather than, but then again, I guess, like, I prefer like a, now, I guess the thing I'm thinking of recently is, well, not recently, but like games that have used that in the past that I liked was probably like Devil May Cry is pretty good because it has like the Clash style thing that works out pretty well, especially in like DMC3. See, that's why I go into damn near everything with zero expectations. Because I found myself getting let down by a bunch of games and then...
No, wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear this. His lordship draws his sword. The goblin chief runs off screaming straight down a Marvel's gullet.
Yeah.
More tales! Drink and be merry, boys.
Work on the morrow. Must be gratifying to see your student making such a name for himself. The young lord has a bright future ahead of him.
Aye. And one of these nights he may even...
Did they give everybody like beer foam mustache for that scene for a second? They're just like, yeah, it's cool. Give me a beer foam mustache. Oh my god. This is the Street Fighter 16. It is. I'm glad you're looking forward to it, Jagged. I'm looking forward to it too. I mean, I was looking forward to it either way, but...
No, Father. Just a little tired.
Well, it has been a long day.
They all like Clive, don't they?
Aye. Your brother will be a fine shield. We're all very proud of him.
Every time I look over to the right, I'm just staring at this during every cutscene. I can safely say that Gollum is ruining my life.
The dominance is always born into our family. Doesn't seem fair.
We cannot live without the blessing of the crystals. And the crystals work their magic through us. You have been blessed, Joshua. Blessed to be a dominant, to wield the power of an icon. Our family has been chosen to share that power with the people.
Ugh.
So that is what we must do.
Gollum is a watchful protector, is he? I'm gonna put him right there, that way Skycam can see him. Holding some sweet balls. Hey, Fress.
My friends, louder!
And we having a good time.
I don't suppose I'll be missed.
Oh. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised that scene didn't end with like people just kind of mounting on top of each other, because it seems like that just tends to be like the going rate these days.
She'll be wondering where you've got to.
Look at that little dog.
So much for you being a fine hound.
So this is where you've been hiding.
What are you doing out here?
I didn't see you at the feast.
Feasts are the only time shields are allowed to take their ease.
Still screws me up that like games now look
Really been one for cakes and ale.
similar to like what the pre-rendered like Advent Children looked like when it came out. I mean, hell, they look better as far as like Final Fantasy stuff goes. It's so crazy to think about that. 'Cause I'll never forget when Advent Children came out. I was like, oh, dude, this is crazy. And now games just look like that. Kind of nuts how much stuff progresses.
I hear you slew a Morble. All the men were singing your praises.
All right, cool, Fennec, cool.
Alright, cool. Thought I was a spoiled little lordling.
Cool deal, cool deal.
If I didn't know how to
Fond memory, Advent Children sucks. Like, yeah, true. Alright, cool.
Welcome to
It's also okay to be wrong.
You're the one they really
Zero Mario, thank you for the 59 months. Welcome back aboard the butt. Hope you enjoy the ride, because the ride never ends.
That's not
I puts
true.
up to like 8 resubs tonight,
Believe in me.
which is pretty banging.
The power of the dominant.
My brother the Phoenix.
We're gonna get a Phoenix game pick, and I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna be like, Destiny 2 sucks. Just straight out the rip.
Takes to lead
Suck.
out people. I don't have the strength, but you do.
Final Fantasy 1. Oh, you mean Final Fantasy 7?
Man has his duty. Ours was decided long ago, when our ancestors chose to instate the dominant as the Archduke of Rosaria. All to ensure that whenever our nation stood on a precipice, the Phoenix would rise from the flames to drag us back from the brink. The fate of Rosaria sits on the dominant's shoulders. It is your duty to bear that burden.
What about you?
I was born to be your shield.
Honestly, Ortho, that's what I thought Steve was talking about for a second. I thought about the PS1 port, the little anthology collection thing or whatever. That's what I thought they were talking about at first. I was like, oh, I was like, did that come out in '97?
I'll never let you down.
Thank you, Clive. I know you'll always take care of me.
Before I can do that, you need to take care of yourself. All right?
I should go inside. It's past my bedtime. Good night, Torgal.
I don't know if Final Fantasy VII suck is a hot take, because I feel like it became more common after like a certain point when people realized that it was like one of the most loved. Anytime there's one that's like a lot of people like, you'll end up in a category where like there's enough people that start to be like, hate this one because it make my poo-poo hurt or something. So like, but there's reasons not to like Final Fantasy VII. There's reasons not to like all of them. They're all weird in their own way. I've got my gripes about literally all of them. 7's one of my favorites, but yeah, I mean like, it's kind of like how I love 6, but 6 I think suffers from having way too many characters. Like it tries to have way too many characters in the forefront as like primary like protagonists, and it just, there's so many fucking characters in that game. And I feel like it's not that it makes it difficult to follow. It just feels like that means it never gets to like focus well enough.
Good time sampling the wares, were you?
12's a cool game. It's got a lot of in-depth story and stuff. But if I had to pick a game in like the evilest setting, I'd probably just pick Tactics. Damn, dude! We're earning that M rating again.
What in the...
Yeah, I feel like the folks working on this are like, finally we get to make the dark gritty. Oh, dude, we have had so much, like, what was it? It was the first, like, 40 minutes, I think, that we had weird sexually charged scene #1, and then kind of awkward moment of, well, I guess, like, the wife and the king, or whatever the hell her name is and his name, I can't remember their names now, but I guess that one was a little bit more, less out of, like, nowhere. That scene with what's-her-face and, I'm sorry, well-built man in the hallway was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, what is this? Final Fantasy 13 is, it's neat. It's just, yeah, the gameplay is not super good. It's not super good in my opinion. Like, I didn't enjoy it very much. I made it all the way to the final level, or the final, like, area in that game, and I'll never forget giving up before going back and finishing it, like, way later. So... It's okay, I'm officially referring to any instance of Titan in any game ever now as well-built man. Like, we'll go back and play like 8 or something and just be like, oh my god, it's my favorite one. Well-built man.
Give me my prince. It's me, Wade. You probably don't remember me.
I remember. What is it?
We're under attack. I don't know who they are, but they've set light to half the castle. I must get you to.
That's because all y'all were getting beer mustaches and kissing.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually shocked that I was shocked that Wade and Jim or whatever the fuck their names weren't like Biggs and Wedge. Oh hey, we actually get to play as Jay Dizzle. Oh lord. Oh lord, he's got his own flame. Watch out. Wait, let me sniff around in here really quick. You know, man, I think that if this kid keeps going. That's some, like, those are some NBA level leaps. You think he could dunk? Straight up?
Are the enemy already inside the castle?
I didn't, but I wouldn't be surprised, Adalakis, because, you know, the people who worked on it. Oh, God. Oh, my God, he is a red mage. Yeah, look at that, because he's got cure and fire and yeah, he is a red mage. I mean, I didn't even pay attention to his coat early on, like, when I made the joke about it, and then when I saw the coat, I was like, oh, yeah, here we go, alright. Old J-Dog. Because I figured he'd be, like, Turbo Mage of some capacity before he even fucking, opened his... Well, maybe not before he opened his mouth, but very shortly after, I'm like, yeah, that kid sounds like a Turbo Mage. Ugh.
Everything's on fire.
Fall back, Your Highness.
That means we gotta do... Dude, light this guy up. Oh, that's actually sweet that he, I like that he play... Okay, yeah, you take it, that's fine. My Fat 2 experience. Kid sounds like a fucking nerd. That wasn't quite my reaction, which I'm sure, I don't know if we got a clip of it, but, I mean, like, the first line, he straight sounds like he belongs to, like, Peppa Pig. That's why I was like, oh my god, how tiny is that child? Like 4? But subsequent dialogue, he does sound a little bit older. But god, that first line, I was like, holy shit, he sounds like a baby. Like, just a straight up baby. I love all these people that are they're just waiting.
It's the boy.
It's the boy. Get him. I don't know if that's gonna work out. Just get up in his face. I do like that he gets tired after stuff though. I'm glad he's not just like.
Why would the Empire I do this? They're our allies.
Just stand on. See, if this were Gollum, we'd be dead. Just immediately. Everything's on fire. Yeah, you were told half the castle was on fire. It's like, please, child, I need you to keep up. Oh yeah, I mean, Gollum's where it's at, dude. Like, that's still game of the year for me. I don't care what people say. Tears of the Kingdom. More like Tears of Nintendo, because Gollum came out and it just crushed everything. I'm still proud to be in like the like 200 people that have actually finished that game. No!
Damn it! His wounds are deep.
Cool, blast him.
Save him.
Turbo cure, hit him. Or burn it, that's fine too. Oh, I guess that's like his Phoenix thing, never mind.
Don't worry, you're going to be alright.
I like how he's like, oh, you Highness, I have to do, like, dude, he's just gonna drain a little bit of his life force, but it's cool. It's no biggie. She's trying to hit it when you square up with a 6-year-old, he just explodes you on contact. Like, I mean, kids can be savage, so like, it'd be more that they'd explode you from like some nasty savage burn, but maybe that's the magic of children. Savage burns.
Tyler, you're hurt.
Not anymore.
I'll survive. Thanks.
Well, I guess he still is, but you know. See, that's the trouble with red armor. You're never gonna know when you're bleeding. Because you know you can't feel that when you're bleeding.
Rescue the young
God, I have to have the fan on like full crank, right? Because it's so fucking hot. Because it was like 90 something today. Oh. So my eyes dry out like crazy.
Thank you, Your Grace.
What if I just started streaming with goggles on?
We cannot stay here. We should make straight for the rear gate.
We'll just make that the thing. Forget like mustache and all that stuff. No, we're gonna change up our branding to just goggle. 114? That's pretty reasonable. Was it Sog butt? That's always the problem here, is the fat Sog. I want this to be like dead fucking serious, and I want him to call him Lieutenant Hoots. He pulls him out and he's like, come to me, Lieutenant Hoots. And he just... Or he just calls him like Horatio Hoot. Just throws him to the sky.
The north gate's up ahead. There are chocobos in the stables. Father, take Joshua and get to safety.
No, I'm not going.
I'm glad we at least got to play as the kid. I would assume that we get to play as him like in the main game more. I can't imagine that they just, you know, unless he's just dead, which
while you make your escape.
I don't think we saw him in the intro.
To rally at the gate. Now go.
No, we did, because he was, yeah, because he's, I'm guessing he's the Phoenix that you do the pew pew as, so.
You must do your duty too.
Unless like something happens to him and there's somebody else who's the Phoenix, but it would make sense that would be him. I feel like they've invested too much time into this child to just have him just go wherever.
You have to keep Father safe. I'm counting on you, Joshua.
And start playing more Digimon games. What if I wore goggles? Oh, jeez. Right after I say that, some dude with a gun just shoots. I'll be like, damn, Jay Dizzle. Oh, no. Cool. He's like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That kid's pretty damn sick, though. So, like, he's either just gonna keel over or something. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot we could equip the hard leather armlets. Okay, not equipping any of the necklaces though, because you don't want to do that. We do have 234 AP, which means we could. Oh god, there were so many cheaper. I didn't even see these. I thought that the only things we could get were precision dodge and magic burst, which is why I was so damn confused because I didn't see all this down here. Oops. All right, so we have lunge, which is use what is that? Cross and square to swiftly close in and attack an enemy. All right, yeah, sure, I'll do that. We've got a down thrust, which is use a cross and square while in the air to slice down. All right, so there's helm splitter, but you know, whatever. Hold square to imbue Clive's blade with fire. Release to unleash powerful attack. Okay, so it's like a charge attack type thing. We can taunt with R2 and the touchpad, which is a weird one to bind that to, I guess. Use R1 to recover immediately after being knocked back. God, that feels very like Kingdom Hearts. Even though it's been in many other games, it just makes me think of that. Use a crossbow in the air to kick off a nearby enemy. Okay, cool. So we can do a little enemy hike. That's fun. And of course there is this charge magic over here too. So I guess we'll get that, which is just to hold triangle. So was the charge blade thing? Was that just? That is just square. Okay. I mean, well, I don't think we need to grab taunt yet, but. Jesus Christ. Pew pew. Yeah, lunge is interesting that it feels like Stinger. It just doesn't have the you know, the audio cue for it, which is sad. Oh god. Yeehaw. Well, I mean, we've already had like a party to an extent. Like we've had people with us, so. And if you wanted the character to be receiving most of the attacks for like parries or, you know, whatever, then yeah, you'd probably want him focused on you. Oh boy. Damn, dude, he already dead. Come on now. How many times are you gonna stab, you weirdo? God. Gollum does not approve. He will not hold your ballsack. What a terrible thing they made with this statue. Alright, here come the boys, dude. The heavily armored people versus the non-armored person. Now we know it's really a Final Fantasy game.
You take care of that spellcaster.
Okay.
I'll keep the others occupied.
Teehee. Dude, they're already dead, man. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. I don't even know where he is. Where is he? That poor man. One of the slash sounds reminds me of some game, and I can't remember which. It's very squishy, and it reminds me of something, and I can't think of what it is now. Now here comes.
Look out!
That's a fancy looking dragoon, man. I like that scene where they're just like, y'all play Final Fantasy IV? Y'all ever done that?
And you are the shield to us blessed by the Phoenix.
Y'all ever played Final Fantasy IV?
Will save you.
Oh no! I didn't dodge at the right time. Yeah, canceling so far is weird. I gotta figure out what can and can't be done. Oh lord.
Stay still.
Oh lord. Oh dude, just oh. Oh my god, I gotta figure out what the timing is on that.
Your time is past.
Man's eating my entire ass. Oh wait, we can I don't know what the okay, there's the timing on that there. There's the chargey thingy. Didn't do a lot of damage during that because I decided to, you know, God, dude, I have got to figure that out. Yeah, it seems like, nah, man, get him on the old brute force and ignorance. Okay.
He's open! Now, Clive! Have at it!
I wonder about if it's like word. There we go. Okay.
You're going to regret that, boy.
Double jump. It's my favorite. Yeah, it feels a little bit easier to run from that right now until I figure out the timing on it to get away from it or whatever, or to precision dodge it, rather. There we go. Yeah, all right. Oh God, I thought I had that. Oh no! Know what you do it, Jeremiah Johansson. There we go. I need to do the the magic version of that a little bit more often. For the damage. I need to also try it like parrying more. Oh, I thought I could catch it. Shit. Oh my God. I got too confident on that one. Oh my God, that was such a flaccid end. I was like, oh. Yeah, that was really cool, man. See, so like the benefit of I think the benefit of this being the team that made 14, it's obviously like those folks know they're, you know, very competent group, but I think the most interesting part of that is that being that they worked on 14, and of course, since that game draws a lot of its inspiration from the series as a whole and has a lot of references to stuff, I think it's going to be nice that they probably have a pretty good bead on, like, you know, interesting moments from all of those games, like that dude dropping in and being on like basically like the head of a needle, basically right up there at the top of the tower, right, and doing the whole like classic like Final Fantasy IV like Dragoon pose. I think them working on 14 and having all of that inspiration from all the old games and stuff like that is probably going to shine through here, of like them doing cool moments like that where it feels of the franchise without being like,
So, they sent in the dragoons.
I don't know, like that was really cool. I hope that it doesn't get too circle jerky with it, but even if it did, I mean, it's fucking Final Fantasy. I almost would prefer it to be circle jerky about it and be like, hey, look, they did the thing. Like, you know? Like, look, there you go. Neat.
Our work is done.
I agree, Rogue. It's basically Qbert.
My lord, look. We issued these sashes but yesterday, in Rosalith. If they were already among us, what if there were others?
Father and Joshua are in danger.
We must hurry. Take your steed.
Oh, did they get like Estinian's VA to do that? That's cute.
What is that?
That's a fun little thing. Dude, Garrison, I was just thinking that. I was waiting until the cutscene was over. I was gonna be like, God damn, that's got some you cried energy, dude. You cried. Like, okay, man, jeez. All right, dude. It ain't gotta be like that. Look at that little baby.
Thank goodness.
Scrungle.
Your Grace, is everyone safe?
For the moment.
Yeah.
We ride for Roslith to rally our forces. I will need your help to see Joshua safely back to the
Thank you again, by the way, Zero Barber, for the resub, buddy. I do appreciate it.
When you get Joshua.
Thank you all for that matter. Oh no, that's illegal! You can't show the Chobakobi getting hurt.
I'm sorry, Your
And
Grace,
kill the
but
dog
that
while you're at
won't
it,
be
dude.
Possible.
Damn! Herbert Hoots! They took his ass out!
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Run, Joshua, run! No!
Damn. Damn. First Herbert Hoots and now Dad.
Traitors! Your Highness!
This dude feels like the dumb, like what a stupid decision, right? They're like, wow, crazy ass fire mage child, whatever the fuck, like, let's go after him. I'm sure this will go well.
I had to.
Kid with the phoenix hand. Like, you could not pay me to piss off, like, demon magic child and then walk up to him like that. Be like, I'm just gonna walk up to him slowly. It's cool. Like, you could not pay me. Run, little dog.
Kill him now!
Oh yeah, kill him now. Yeah, you did a good. You waited the perfect amount of time. Good one.
Phoenix.
Well, they're dead. Those poor dudes. They did a good job helping defend, and then they just got lit on fire.
The Phoenix! Joshua! Lord Murdoch! His Highness!
I'm starting to think that maybe that thing in the castle is not the best.
Stop this! He's lost control. I have to do something. I have to save him. No, my lord. Fall back. Climb!
Damn, dude. No, not that Chobakobi too. Dang, he got hit in the head. That's sad. That's real sad.
Thank you, God. You saved my life.
That is legit more traumatic than any death so far. That poor bird getting hit in the head with a rock.
Joshua, are you in pain? Ah! Not now. Come on! You're his shield. Do your duty. Ah! Save him. My lord?
Oh no, it's default Unity. It's default Unreal asset. Watch out.
Second icon of fire. That's impossible.
Well, the effort looks really cool. I like how this is the very beginning of the demo, and so it's like one of those, like... You're probably wondering how I got in this situation.
Who are you? Leave me! No! Leave me alone!
Okay. So now there's like, we got the context, and this part is so much louder than like the rest of it. All right, so we got the same stuff we had earlier. So we got the pew pews, we got the dodge. Oh, this time we get to aim it though. That's pretty cool. God damn, that does like no damage. Jeez Louise. Oh, you do also get the precision dodge on that. That's nice. Oh, thank God you can just hold the button. Hallelujah. There's also mad like demon dog thing. Whatever the hell Ifrit's been. I feel like Ifrit's been like dog-like in sometimes, and then not others. Sometimes he's been kind of close to like weird diaper man, like fucking Titan, but not that many times. How does one have a fire made of diaper, or a diaper made of fire? Is the real question. How does one have? Look at him noodling around. Dude, he's gonna bring down all these arch trees, and then what are the asylum demons gonna do? I don't know how much I'm into like this so far. It's really cool and it looks neat. I would say gameplay wise, this is probably my least favorite bit so far. It's not bad, like I'm like, oh my god, I hate this. It's just like if I had to pick it, and it's not super into this. But it's neat. It's cool. Oh my god, he's so blinky. Oh god, did I miss that? Oh, I guess I did. Shit. Yeah, it looks awesome. It's loud, it's raucous, it's intense. But some of it feels like not super clear either. Like I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be like, I guess you're supposed to shoot the towers or like dodge through them or something. Like you can tell when you're supposed to dodge Ifrit for sure. But as far as some of the other stuff, it's a little hard to tell like if I'm supposed to be. At least it made Phoenix look fucking awesome. That's great. What was the first Final Fantasy game they showed up in? Was that a... Was it 4? I actually don't know when the first instance of Phoenix was. Maybe like 6? Shit, I don't even know. Fuck, I don't even know. Damn, dude. Big slams over here. I actually wonder if the aiming component was originally in, or if that was added after the fact, maybe to make it a little bit more engaging. I'd be curious to see. I mean, not that it matters, but I feel like Phoenix was. I think Phoenix was Final Fantasy IV. I could be wrong though. Get him. Should never let Ifrit do his stupid fireball. I like Ifrit being like, really, dude? That's so fucking cheap. Oh, there's our freeze frame. You got how I got in this situation. Now I'll show you. It all started when I got a job working at Hardee's. Like a fucking Phoenix. His stupid asshole. I'm like, thanks, man. Dick. Well, that sucks. There's been a lot of deaths of like, wow, that's some bullshit. I guess he's kind of dog-like in this one. Well, so much for that rebirth.
No! Stop it! Take your hands off my brother!
Help me! Help me, Clive!
Damn.
Joshua! Stop it! Stop it! I swore I would protect him! Please! Please!
No, he's definitely earning his fucking paycheck, that's for sure. VA's actually good. Damn. Also damn. Like, I like the high stakes of it, but I also don't actually know if I'm like super into how dark it is.
I'll fucking kill you!
Like, I appreciate it. I like the high stakes. I don't know if I'm super into like how dark it is though, or rather how grim, I guess. Again, good for the high stakes nature of it. I do appreciate that. It's nice to actually have, you know, some drama behind it. Oh, he did help. Look, dude, I was stuck under rubble. Just stab me.
Quite a mess that monster made. Damn shame about the Phoenix, but can't be helped. Oh, my condolences, Your Grace. Is there aught we can do?
Haven't you done enough, Captain? Joshua was my world, and now he is gone. I can only pray there will be a place for me in the world his radiance seeks to create.
I see. Your Grace, over here.
Y'all pretty fucking stab happy. Why don't you just stab him too? You mean to tell me the lady with the stank face was a traitor? Crazy.
The rubble must have protected him from the worst of the flames. Shall we take him prisoner?
No need for that. Kill him.
Oh, okay, he's still gonna do it anyway.
Wait. As my husband never tired of telling me, he is a fine soldier. I'm sure he would make an excellent addition to the Imperial front line. All in its right place.
I knew that was coming. It's almost like... I hope...
Chin up, lad.
I hope that the entire game is not like this aggressively grim, because it might hit like near levels of like almost comedic because it's so fucking dramatic. You know what I mean? Like right now it's appropriate because there's a big setup. But like if that stays persistent through the entire game, that is going to be exhausting. It's, like to the point where it'll just be like hilarious. It's very good though. Like I like it a lot. I think it's very good. I think it's super cool. I think as long as it keeps like combat wise, as long as it keeps that pace. As far as like Clive has been equipped with feats and abilities of 3 unique icons, the Phoenix, Garuda, and Titan, to allow you to get a better feel of the Final Fantasy 16's exciting battle system. Okay, cool. We could try that here in a second. Yeah, I hope... I didn't say anything about the story being good. You can still have a good story and it be, like, insanely overly dramatic. Nier's story is cool, too. But again, that game is exhaustingly dramatic the whole way through. Like... There's a point where it is so fucking hilarious because it's like this is ridiculous, right? But no, it is really good. I think that I think it's impressive. And the other unique part of this too with Final, and I hate to say this, like I hate to say this, and I wanted to say it like halfway through, but I was kind of like holding on. So. The bar for Final Fantasy right now, you have to remember, is extremely low. Like, yeah, it's extremely low. Like, 15 was a letdown, 13 was a letdown, 12 was hit or miss with a lot of people, 11 was an MMO, 14, of course, was an MMO, so I'm not really counting those. 10 was probably the last one that I would say was probably met with like massive acclaim. So 16 does not have a high bar to jump over. And that's not to say that like 12 and 15 and 13 are bad. Like they all have their redeeming qualities to them. But like as far as like critical reception and general player opinion, most people weren't absolutely crazy over 13 and 15, right? Again, they're not like shit games or anything like that. But obviously the bar was pretty low for that. And it's going to be interesting because fucking squad. I don't think we need to be all hot take and let me lick Yoshi Piece too. There's a lot of love for the team that makes 14. Some of it like kind of insane levels. And I love the folks that make 14, and I love Yoshi P. I think he's a cool dude. I do hope that they can temper some of the heaviness of it, because yeah, if that's the pace the whole game, like there will be a point where instead of me being like, oh damn, that's crazy, or like, oh shit, they did blank, I'm just gonna start laughing at it, because there's a point like where you hit like Game of Thrones is kind of like that too, actually, which is you know, it was so fucking dramatic to a point where you're just like, this is hilarious, right? Like this is absolutely hilarious. That all being said, because I don't know, I haven't played the full game yet. I think the demo is great. I think the voice acting is pretty dang good. I think the combat is great. You can definitely tell that the folks working on the combat system have made successful games that are combat focused. The icon fight, it feels like it just feels like a little unnecessary. It's cool. It just kind of goes on for a little while, and it feels like there's really no way to. That's kind of like an on-rails segment to where there's really no way to speed that up. It looks like you're going to be playing through that whole thing. I don't think those are going to be very frequent, if at all. I don't know how many of those they'll end up doing. They may not end up doing a lot of them at all. So, but I think it was cool to see like the resurrection thing with Joshua using like the Phoenix awakening ability, and then it's a little weird to see Ifrit, because traditionally, like, I normally associate Phoenix with like some later game bullshit. So like it's weird to see Ifrit beat the shit out of Phoenix, but at the same time, that was a 7-year-old child. So yeah, no, it is really good though. I like it a lot. I'm very excited to play the full game. I think it'll be really good. We're gonna do the iconic challenge here in a second. I'm just kind of sharing my thoughts on this because and reminder, I'm not going into this with any expectations on it, because I specifically, when they announced Final Fantasy 16, I was like, you know what? I'll watch one trailer and that's pretty much all I'm doing, because I didn't want to look 15. I fucked myself on that one because I watched like every trailer for Versus 13 and all that shit leading up to it, and all those years I followed it and ended up being super let down. Even if I hadn't, I still probably would have been let down by it. But yeah, so far, the only my only complaint is because they do a pretty good job in, and I don't know how much of the writing team is. I think one of the main folks is one of the people who wrote the main like Heaven's Ward story thing for 14. But whenever we do this, like, I'm gonna try my best to not make like, to kind of like have it be like its own thing that stands on its own, regardless of who the hell like, you know, would participate in it, because I'm sure there's far more people than probably who participated in 14 anyway on this team for this game in particular. But like, as far if it is like some of the people who wrote for 14, I mean, like, Heaven's Ward had some pretty good writing, but it drags on real bad in some parts. You know, as far as like the expansions for that game go, and Stormblood was cool and all, but it also felt like it just took forever to do anything sometimes. But yeah, no, I think this is great. I really do. I think that I think it'll be super cool. I'm very excited to play like the full game now, and I really wasn't before. Yeah, I think that's it is cool though. Yeah, and I hope people understand what I'm talking about with like it just being like a little too heavy, because I hope it's not like that the whole way through, because like I feel like in this dosage, great. If that's the whole game, dude, I'm not gonna be taking anything seriously by like half of the fucking game. I'm not. There's no way in hell. So I cannot imagine being like, yeah, all right. Like, I'm surprised the dog didn't get like kicked into space. Be like, there you go. Great. Yeah, we'll go and load up the iconic challenge. Okay, after being pressed into service in the Imperial Army of Sanbreque, I think it's Sanbreque, Clive earns his freedom at the hands of a man named Sid, who agrees to aid our hero in his search for the answers that have eluded him for so long. We join the two as they fight for the infiltration of Caer Norvent, an ancient stronghold wherein his brother's supposed killer, a second dominant of fire, is said to be held by an elite party of, what was it, Woloder, I think? Knights commanded by Benedicta Harmon. The drama saturation event horizon. But yeah, no, I mean, it is like, I appreciate it, because I think some games don't do a very good job of building that tension or stakes. It's kind of like how I complain about, well, not complain about, but I've said like shows like
I shall entertain them there.
There's like kind of like a threshold for it, because it's like how I've said before. I know there's a lot of love for Avatar,
Come for me after all.
like The Last Airbender, and I like it too. I think it's a cute little show, and I think it does a really good job of tackling some stuff, especially for the network that it was on. But I often feel like that show was partially held back because it was on Nickelodeon, right? Not that it needs to be blood-filled, crazy, you know, whatever the whole way through, but I feel like sometimes a little bit of that M rating or the maturity or whatever can help give, like, I guess, credence to, like, a dramatic moment or something like that. Again, it's not that fucking people's heads need to be getting blown off every 2 seconds for it to be taken seriously. It's just a matter of, like, can we do this, like, mature themed thing to add weight to whatever it is I'm looking at? And it's funny because there's, like, a opposite end of the spectrum where you get, like, HBO syndrome, and HBO syndrome is when you're dealing with, like, every 5 seconds is a fucking sex scene or somebody getting beheaded or there's blood everywhere and it's obnoxious, and you're just like, okay, yeah, we get it. Like, we get it. You were allowed to have blood and sex in your show. Like, we get it, right? So, that's just what I hope doesn't happen. Now, the folks that are working on this, at least some of them, have proven that, like, they can make a very competent story, a good story, and all that stuff. So, you know, I'll reserve that for when we actually see it, because naturally we haven't seen it yet. But I'm just explaining what I mean by I hope it's not like that the whole way through, because otherwise I'd be like, oh my god, okay.
In here.
It's kind of like how PG-13 movies have to use their fuck word strategically, which is also in its own way like a stupid ass fucking meme on its like itself, right? But like, but still, you know. But I do really mean what I said earlier about them having worked on Final Fantasy XIV. I think because that game draws its inspiration and does a good job of paying tribute to older Final Fantasy games. I feel like in that way they'll have really cool moments. I think, like the whole Dragoon landing on like the little spire thingy and doing the cane pose and all that stuff. Like, so I think that's cool, and I think that'll allow them to do that kind of stuff pretty easily. So anyway, that's my rant. I think the demo is great so far. I'm kind of curious how this part's gonna feel, because I'm not normally big on like jumping in like super late into something, but that's just not normally how I like to do things. But okay, so we have 1800 AP to spend on all kinds of stuff. So we got so this was to upgrade Rising Flames earlier. Okay, so we can also master Phoenix Shift. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that because I actually like Phoenix Shift a lot. I don't know if that just increases the damage it does or something. It's been quickly creating a ring of fire that burns all enemies in range. Okay, so that's a nice little AO. Oh, you can do more here. Oh, we can't do that much more though. Matt, let me get some of these first before I miss out on this, because we have less AP than I expected. Oh look, limit break, fun. Use L3 and R3 when a limit break gauge is filled to semi-prime. Improve battle performance for a short period of time. Cool. So they're gonna turn limit break into, I guess, like a devil trigger style thing, that's honestly in a game like this that actually makes a lot of sense. All right, let me grab lunge, because I definitely liked using that. Burning blade, I really didn't use that much. It depends on if when you upgrade it, the charge time is lessened. You cannot upgrade it. Okay, never mind. The helm splitter thingy, down thrust or whatever, I actually don't like that as much as I thought I would. Magic Burst is definitely worth having. Or mastering, I guess, because I use that a good bit. Charge Magic, also not super into it. But I also want to save some AP for some of the Garuda and Titan abilities, too. So. Yeah, I realized that after the fact, Ultimate. That's why I said that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Steve. It's like, it's being able to... yeah, being able to like raise the stakes when you need to. But I actually prefer it when things have like a lot of restraint with that, because I feel like that's a restraint in storytelling can be a little tricky for some people, I think.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's why I'm just juicing it on through here. And you swap icons with
Good news, lads.
I need to double check that, actually.
You know what to do, boy. Over here.
Okay, we do actually already have the... Oh, cool, they have the time things in there, too. That's nice.
You know what to do, boy.
That's actually a good way to do that, like to have like a very short quick time event. Like if something tries to attack you from like off screen, I think that's a good idea. Because that can be a little frustrating when something just like rolls in from like off camera and you're just like, really? Thank you so much.
You know what to do, boy. That's enough.
Okay, so we can do our LB here, I guess. We can see what.
Stay down.
God, dude. Chaining a couple lunges together into just like a standard combo feels pretty good too. Yeah, the combat feels great. That is easily the biggest sell. Like some of the visuals are really nice. The combat so far is absolutely the biggest sell. Like it's great. Oh, it auto equips the helpful accessories for this for some reason. Oh, I'm glad you told me because I wouldn't have even noticed. Is that where that's where the R1 prompt came from? Oh, so that wasn't because they attacked from off screen. That was literally from one of those accessories. Interesting. It sure did. Look at that. Gross. Well, we could do the Badge of Metal, which just increases defense by 10, and... Well, shoot, I just take back what I said about that, then, because I guess that's, I guess that's irrelevant. Let me just not equip these. So we've got the Badge of Might and Badge of Metal. We'll just do those for the time being. I thought that might have been a way for them to handle, handle, like, oopsie poopsie. This thing attacked me from off screen, and I couldn't even fucking see it, and just had to deal with it. What was it to... Oh, okay, it was L2. That's what it was. Neat.
How about a window?
Yeah, I hope the icon abilities are kind of like that'll be neat if they're kind of like styles.
Bloody show off.
It'll also be really cool if they allow you to. I'd imagine you probably can. You can probably focus heavily on like one and not have to swap a ton if you want.
Right where the royalists left.
I like having that. I like having that option. I'm also glad that some of the levels have like a decent traversal, and I noticed this before where
Damn it.
sometimes if like you can't jump over like a little tiny baby ass ledge, it's so frustrating. Oh, I was gonna try to dodge that shit.
It's over.
Yeehaw! New enemies approaching. Okay, cool. The AoE actually works on them. Perfect. I was hoping that would catch them behind me. Did the mage just crawl behind the corner? Dude, same. He did. He's like, I'm out of here, man. He's like, I'm not doing this. He's like, I'm just not having it. Okay, for the next bit, we'll try. Let's try the Gerudo stuff. I love seeing this video recently and someone being like, oh, you're a Final Fantasy fan, name 10 characters, and they just go Sid. Yep, that would do it. Just Sid. Oh, that's cool. So far, it's kind of crazy because I actually like the enemies who have the option for like the stagger gauge, which is funny because normally like that stuff has been a little frustrating in the past in the other games that have used similar systems. Okay, so Titan is like, oh my god, is Titan just gonna be fucking Royal Guard? Is that what it's gonna be? I think it might be, yeah. Well, at least we did some fat daddy damage there. Oh lord, I almost dashed right into it. I don't think I got the, oh, we do have the charge fire, right? Okay, Ninja Man. God, that feels really good to chain those together. Okay, we're on cooldown for that. It is interesting, though, that you can swap your... that feels fantastic. What a great move that is. Using upheaval from the air feels amazing. Fantastic. Hey, Kunzer! It's great. A little... the demo is a little... It's got good stakes. It's a little too dramatic for my liking if that's how the entire game is going to be. But if that's like just a good setup for it, and then there's like dramatic moments throughout, then it'll be good. But yeah, that's my only real concern is the it's a little over the top in terms of how like aggressively like gory and crazy it is in some spots. But it is very good. I like it a lot. Yeah, like I think a few bits I'm just like, okay. Like, all right. All right, basic abilities such as Burning Blade and Charge Magic, or certain basic abilities, blah, 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 as well as iconic abilities, can instantly break an opponent's guard even when delivered from the front. Okay.
Seems they were expected.
God, that poor man. Pew, pew. You know the magic, like the fire magic kind of reminds me of is kind of reminds me of like Demon Souls a little bit, with how like silly it feels. It's probably because of AoE here. There we go. Ooh, get him on the scrunch. Oh damn, a big clump. Oh no, dogs! I'm surprised I didn't make them uglier. They actually kind of did. Anytime you have a dog enemy in a game, it's got to be ugly so nobody feels bad. Somebody feels bad about killing the dog. That seems like that's got a like weird time mechanic to it. I need to actually see what's up with that. Jesus. Oh no. Oh god. Oh my god, I stepped out of it and then stepped back in. I'm gonna try the limit break now, I guess. Yep, feels like Devil Trigger. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Feels great. Yeah, I need to see what's happening with Wind Up. It seems like Wind Up has like a charge, like time mechanic to it that I need to pay attention to. I keep tapping it too quickly. Is it like Chaos? It's like Chaos for sure.
The only way is through the chapel.
Then Great Grieger must have plans for us.
If I just scrunch through that. Nope, Gollum has ruined my brain. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's like a prompt thing that shows up, so it looks like there's maybe like a time strike component to it or something like that I need to try to mess around with. Oh, that's cute, Kunzer, yeah.
What the hell happened here?
It just doesn't feel right playing a complete game you can't casually break.
Little late for prayer, isn't it?
Do I seem so desperate as to grovel at the feet of a false god? I was waiting for you.
I wonder if
Not for too long.
I wonder if the green screen works on him, and then you guys just get this.
All this for a midnight chat. Well,
It's human enough, right?
then. Where are the men and women you took from Lost Wing?
Perfect.
You mean where's the dominant? Well, it shall be requiring services indefinitely.
No, Zach sent me this fucking Gollum, and he's terrible. He's the worst thing ever.
Think of all the things we can create together.
I regret my decision. Don't ever regret.
You need me. Your king needs me. I'm all for building a new world, just not his. That bastard's dreams are as twisted as his promises are false.
That guy sounds so familiar.
King Barnabas saved you, and this is how you speak of him. Have you no shred of loyalty?
What? To a leader who'd use me? Like he uses you.
You know nothing of me, Sidolphus.
You're right. I don't know who you are anymore. Or what you want.
That British Nathan Drake.
I only know what you used to say.
God.
You're tired of running.
No, he does sound really familiar, though.
To be free. Free of it all. You weren't lying to me then, so what changed?
Yeah, I'm just not paying attention to Sidolphus. I'm just not.
What you wanted.
I've duped you guys the entire time. My name was never Nicholas, it's Nickolphus.
And you would tell me there is shame in that?
If there's no shame, then why do you feel so sorry for yourself?
A rousing speech, Lord Commander. I was a fool to believe you might have changed. The only person I feel sorry for is you!
Fiddless.
I can't do this anymore.
Girl, yellow is not your color. Washes you out.
Stand between our leash and his dream. Then you leave me no choice. Goodbye, Sidolphus.
So it's gonna be interesting fighting
Stand back, Clive.
or I don't know how they're gonna do this, I guess. Was he an IT crowd? Oh, okay. Oh, I think I know the character you're talking about, actually. It's pretty funny. What he gets? He's got the Rama power. Old Rama Lama Ding Dong. Stupid. God. I think I'm gonna refer to every Sid in every Final Fantasy game now as Sidolphus. Every single one. Even Final Fantasy VII Sid. Well, look what you did. Now he's gonna get squished. Damn, they kill Sidolphus in the demo? Well, they didn't show him actually dying, so I guess it doesn't count, right?
Finish them.
Oh my god. I wouldn't know. I don't know who the fuck Lorath and D4 is. Well, there it was again. I missed the fucking time thing. I also want to like try out the block on this too, so I'm gonna stay in the Titan stuff for a second. Well, or I'll just end up dodging like an idiot. I wonder if there's like a perfect timing on that. I'm not sure if there is. God, upheaval feels fucking good.
That'll help.
Oh, I thought it was gonna counter. Never mind, I guess. Cinematic things are neat too. I'm trying to figure out how I really feel about them. I guess it depends on how it like gets utilized in like the full game, like throughout the whole thing, like depending on how much they use it. Oh damn, they look in scrunge. Oh, I'm not on what's his face. Probably should have cleaved him right there, but I didn't. Oopsie pootsie. Jesus. Lord, here they come. I probably should have also used limit break for that too. Probably would have been smart. Oh, there's a strength tonic. Nice. What if you can use that with your LB? find out. Yeah, we can. Just trying to gap close there. No kickies. Yeah, because it definitely seems like to heavily incentivize perfect dodges because of the LB build and stuff like that, which is nice. Okay, let's focus on this one. Unless there's like some weird shit where they have to like die together, which they might have something like that. Actually, not sure. Glad I got the parries on that. I was hoping I would. Or else I would have been just dead, probably. Alright, that one's down. Okay, so this one becomes more powerful when the other one dies, so you probably want to just damage them together, because otherwise you're gonna get screwed big time. Oh man, I shifted off of it. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so there is a precision block. Alright, perfect. Good deal. Now I'm much more into that. I also have to remember like that I've changed styles on this too, so I'm sorry, not styles. Icons. Oh, let me try Titan in the LB. It feels pretty good. So far, I'd say Phoenix is probably my favorite just because the gap closer. Because, like, the precision block can kind of be replaced by, let me do the strength tonic here.
Welcome to Bitterfields.
Yeehaw! Oh no! Oh! Dang, I was hoping that would work a little bit better than it did. Yeah, okay, so it's got a time strike mechanic too. God damn, that felt good. That's fantastic. Honestly, Peeve, the Phoenix actually feels a little bit trickstery to it just because of like the gap closer and all that stuff. And it doesn't do like a ton of damage, but it's got like some attacks stapled to it. Yeah, it feels great though. Hey, we have Garuda at home. Oh my god.
Sid, are you all right?
Do I look all right?
Look great, man. It was Chris Finch in the original Office. Yeah, I know exactly who this is then.
Benedicta will be on her way to collect the Dominant, if she hasn't already. You can't afford to let them leave. Remember, she has wings, you don't.
What about you?
I think he kind of does.
Before or after I catch my breath?
Sorry. Come on, Torgal.
I remember seeing a few people saying that it didn't, the game doesn't feel quite like a Final Fantasy game, but that's, I could get that, but at the same time, that's always like, that's a hard statement to really make just because of how dramatically different all of them have been. Because Final Fantasy is like, of course, they're all over the place in terms of gameplay. I mean, you look at the difference between like 13 and like something like the older ones, like 4 or whatever, right? Like I mean, they're all over the place, so like they're always trying like new crap. So I mean, like that's a weird one to kind of like tackle, is like not feeling like Final Fantasy. Axel, thank you for the 26 months. Says how goes Ifrit May Cry? It definitely feels like Devil May Cry in some spots for sure. The Favor of Fire. Oh hey, that's actually like a thing we can use. Increases heat wave damage by 9%. Yeah, the last one we had that was like medieval-esque was probably 12, but even 12 has like a lot of magitech in it and stuff.
Withdrawal has been signaled.
I definitely thought that was like gonna be like a stealth tutorial or something, and be like, use cure to murder your enemies. Like, okay, sure. How can we just DPS through that? That's pretty good. They'd be like, kill the casters. Like, yeah. Bonk him. Give him the old bonk. Oh, you're still alive? Dude, what are you doing? Cut it out. Oh, we probably also have some AP to spend, don't we? Yeah, decent amount of it. There's Charge Magic. There's Stomp. I already have Taunt, too, and I haven't really used Taunt, but... I wonder what the... does this just increase, like, counter attack damage? I like Wind Up a lot. There's also Raging Fist, so this is absolutely going to be some Cerberus shit. Or Beowulf, rather, I guess. Okay, so we didn't upgrade those. Alright, cool. I'm going to hang on to that for now. We'll upgrade some stuff. Oh, there was like a... You can use triangle to like get like a damage breakdown on it. Okay, cool. I'll do that next time we're in there. Well, ain't that some shit over there? Hey, babe, you wanna go to Crystal Mountain?
Our lady wants us gone before sunrise.
I don't know if I'd like going to Crystal Mountain very much. I feel like it would probably be like eye searing. Just in general. Be like, welcome to Crystal Mountain. And so far the difficulty, like even on like the standard mode, it's not bad at all. There's really nothing's been like insanely challenging yet. But I'm still glad that there's that's cool. I guess it automatically uses potions when your inventory's full. That's neat. Yeah, no, nothing's felt like insanely difficult or anything like that, which is good. But when it comes to games like this anyway, like, you know, even if you compare it to something like if you're going like the ARPG route of like the Final Fantasy kind of sphere, something like Kingdom Hearts is actually a pretty good example where none of the game's really super difficult, but the difficult stuff comes from like the challenges that you'll face like later on, like the super bosses and stuff like that. Oh shit! I thought I had swapped over to what's his butt.
This time.
Oh shit! I didn't cook it long enough. Okay, so both of them have that unless you do like the aerial version of them, which the aerial version seems to just be like a default like static damage or something like that. I wonder how much limit you get for blocking that. Shooting him with the little piddly magic is so funny. It runs fine. I haven't had like any major dips or anything like that. I don't think it's not like locked at 60 by any means, but it's pretty good. Oh, it's another one of these guys. Nice. All the stealthy boys. Oh, I should have blocked that instead of trying to juice around it. Bitch using Raiton like it's something to do. God, you fucking missed it! I feel terrible. I feel sag. I love the absolute wombo combo when you're in your limit break. It's just like, how do you feel about every damage? right as he comes out of the stagger, too. He gets to live with that. Got him. Oh, suck it. Yeah, no, yeah, Titan feels pretty good, as long as you get, like, the time blocks. Nice, cook it. How many dog pets we had? 0. None. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 1's, in terms of their, like, optional bosses, Sephiroth was pretty damn difficult. At least at the time. The difference between, like, something like a Sephiroth encounter now is, like, how predictable it is. Kingdom Hearts 2 also gets a little bit easier because there's more, like, fail saves.
Welcome to Bitter Pits.
Hell yeah. Alias, thank you for the resub, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 73 months. Putting us up to, like, 8 resubs tonight and $2. We've been having a good night. So thank you guys for your support. I do appreciate it. Also, if you want to hear my ramblings on the Partner Plus program, if you've seen anything about that, I did that at the beginning of the stream. You can also get an update on the little orange cat that just showed up. All right, cool. This is probably the last boss fight, or the last like boss fight of the demo. I would assume.
I confess I expected more from the
No, not quite Black Diamond, but maybe. We'll see.
And less from you. This is the second time you've bested my sisters.
Jigakuro doubling it. They were the $2 in the first place.
Are rare indeed. Why cost your lot with such undesirables? If it is the hearth you long for, you will find more
It's pronounced
than enough
hearth.
warmth under my
Thank you very much.
You know exactly what I want. Hand over the dominant, and I'll leave you in peace.
You would dare to make demands of me. Know your place, little lamb. Fool is the shepherd who heeds every bleat
Possibly
of the
lethal.
flock.
We'll see.
And I will suffer yours no longer. Must I spell it out for you, Branded? No one is listening. No one at all!
Her nose is very scrunched all the time. Has the dog done anything, or is he just there to be cute with his chunky legs? I haven't been paying much attention to him. Still very cute, though. Get in there. Immediately get hit. What if we just go in, like, full cracked out, just limit break right out the gate? You know what? I love it, actually. Let's do it. I love it. Let's go. No, keep doing it. Well, we didn't get it. We actually did a decent amount of damage for that. I'm assuming this is a multi-phase encounter, though. I wonder if we can interrupt her out of that.
Not this time.
Oh no. When she goes on those combo chains, it'd actually be awesome to switch to Titan for that. Go for the blocks. I actually wonder if it works with magic. I would assume it does. I have to be really careful with Garuda, though, because it seems like they're definitely more aerial focused than anything else. That's a fancy sword.
Where is he? I won't ask again.
Fuck it, we ball, as the children say.
You pay for that.
Me too.jpg.
Dodge this.
Dodge these nuts. Dude, dog did it though. He's good. What a reasonable piece of dialogue. Fucking dog. How dare you? How dare you wild ass bitch.
There's no one to save you now.
Damn, she hit me with you cry too? Why everybody hit me with that? Fuck, I missed her. I was hoping I could catch her there. Oh, dude, you know what? Flat back. Oh, God, catching up to her is tough with that. All right, she's like halfway to stagger, I think. Yeah. Dang, I couldn't get her in the air.
This time.
I really like the multi-stage attacks and being able to dodge multiple times. That actually, that's really cool. Especially like warping to them with that and then you doing like a perfect dodge when you get there feels really good.
Welcome to Bitterbits.
Not this time.
God, there's so many blords. That is a lot of. I mean, it's called arrow rain, so I would. That one feels like it's easier just to get the hell out of the way, because like, shoot him with the pew pews. How dare you? Whoa. Yeah, that feels really fantastic to be able to like go through all those. Oh, you know what? Actually, might be worth it to do. Oh yeah, that does a lot of damage. God, 10k on that. Jesus Christ.
Time to join your pet.
I guess Axel. I mean, sort of. All right, cool. It's like great. Gigantic stone.
Stay down.
What do you mean stay down? Man, you saw I got away from it. But she's been staggered for a long time, man. Oh my God, I wasn't even on. I thought I was on Phoenix for some reason. Might stick with these. Well, I guess that was also because we were in like our LB too, which is worth noting. I need to use my totally not stinger a little bit more too. Suck it. Oh no, I didn't use the right button for dodge. That won't work. Run. Flee. Okay, all of those aren't cinematic dodges, thank God. That is definitely gonna be one you want to position differently, because some big old tornadoes, I say how you do. God, those are so tricky to dodge.
Oh no! To end this quickly.
Well, speaking of ending it, we're about to be ended ourselves here. I'm gonna try to save. I'm gonna try to save the limit break for. God, I was hoping I could catch that. Oh well. Alright, we should be able to dump some fat damage here. Oh shit, I fucked up. Well, not as much damage as the last one, but that's fine. Oh no!
Shit!
Same. Here comes the dog. There he is. Big Munch. That fuck is a little ridiculous. It's a little ridiculous. Fuck. Yay, dog, go. Damn. That is the silliest shit I've ever seen. I'm all about it. He just stripper pulled her neck. That was fantastic. He's like, here I come. Oh, I didn't have a... Get a little charge bonk before we leave.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you both!
Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Oh god, I thought I'd be able to block that. I don't know if that counts as like a magic attack or what. Because I don't know if Titan can block magic. There might be an ability. I need to actually check. He definitely cannot block magic. Oh no. Yes. Okay. God, that does decent damage even through every time I hear like some kind of like symphonic or like choral version of the victory fanfare, I always think of the ending. This is like the dumbest thing ever. There was these stupid Pop-Tart commercials back in the 2000s where like they would have like this like choral like stab at the end of them, and every single time I hear it, I just think of that. I just think that I'm getting ready to get a Pop-Tart's head.
How? How did you do it? How did you even survive? How?
Well,
the answer is simple, Benedicta. He was
this
fighting
man
for something
coming
he
out,
believed in.
after getting squished.
Why aren't you dead?
And he's like, shut up, you stupid fart beast.
We've played your games.
Okay, good. Big Peeve knows what I'm talking about.
Where he is.
Who? What are you?
Now just like tighten your boot and just like kick her off the tower. Thank you. What you doing? Are you being a good foster brother so far? We should probably stop sucking icon juice. There's another one of those. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make a mod for this once it comes out for PC, and I'm just gonna put a record scratch for every single time that happens. It's like, please purchase the game. Do it. Do it. You can get a digital mini art book and also digital mini. What does digital mini soundtrack even mean? Like, they've done that like 50 million games now. It's like, what does that even mean? What do I even get for that? Okay, so I think the iconic challenge, gameplay wise, definitely shows a lot more of like what the game's capable of. I actually think that, I mean, I know what a mini soundtrack is. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm just being funny about it. Like, it's just a ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck, even? Yeah, what if that was it? It was just that the icons are very small. But yeah, I think that oh god, gross! It is locked on the PS5. That's disgusting. I still think the fact that this is PS5 only initially is fucking stupid. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. But also, shout out to the logo art from Yoshitaka Amano, looking amazing. It's gonna be a damn shame when he quits, because he's got a very particular quality to him. Like, I've seen people emulate his stuff, and it's never quite the same. It's kind of on the same level that, like, also, thank you, Kunzer, for the resub. Let me actually, sorry, I was talking to Erica. She was saying something. I need to go check on that little cat here soon. Which, if people haven't seen pictures of him, he's on, the thing. Okay, I can actually swap this input really quick, because I have to anyway, because of links. Yeah, I think it's really good. I like it. I think that this has a lot of promise. I've got a few concerns, but none of them are like, oh my god, this is going to be terrible. And like none of this feels, none of it feels bad in any way. The only thing I'm even worried about is it just being like overly dramatic. That's pretty much it. And not overly dramatic, like, I explained all this earlier. So, I think that as long as there aren't, I hope that by the end of it, they keep the icon abilities a relatively small pool, but make them interact well. Because what I don't want to see happen is, I don't want it to so DMC5's like perfect in terms of like a Devil May Cry game. However, I do have some complaints about it. Like, I feel like playing as Nero or Virgil, or not V, but I mean, V's cool for his own reasons, but like Dante has a bit of a problem in DMC now where his ability pool is so big, and with like style switching and stuff like that, even as somebody who's played those games and has gotten like okay at them, you know, I know I'm all right at them or whatever, but like I feel like Dante is like insanely overwhelming even after playing it a bunch. even after the fact. I feel like it's too much shit, right? Which is really cool for people that like dive super deep into it and can like become proficient and like swapping around and everything like that. But to me, like, Dante, it feels awesome to play in like a couple different styles, but like it can get really overwhelming. That's the only thing I hope doesn't happen with this, is that it turns into like super like overwhelmed kind of amount of shit to choose from. But if the pool stays similar to what we saw here, where like you know, Phoenix has got like an X amount of moves, and then you've got like a base toolkit that works with each icon, so it doesn't really matter, and then you've got the special abilities, and then you can kind of like they have like their own like mechanical intricacies. Like you could see that Garuda was like a little bit more of like an aerial combo focused thing. Phoenix is really good at like the warp strikey kind of deal where you can like gap close, and it's got some good AoE in it too, like ground-based AoE. Titan's got some good counter potential because of the block. I'm assuming there's a spell block as well, because it looks like you can't block magic with Titan, but I would assume that there is a spell block for Titan, and it's probably like an on use, or you can swap it or something like that. Yeah, but I mean, I think mechanically it feels great. It really does. And if, to my knowledge, I think the combat person is the one of the dudes that worked on DMC in the past, I'm pretty sure. But I can't remember what his name is off the top of my head. I think it's great. I'm actually really glad I did this. I was a little bit leery of doing this demo, but I deeply appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. Sorry for the heavy start. I was just talking about a lot of crazy stuff between the cat stuff and then the Reddit drama shit, because that's a site I have a lot of that I like a lot, that I've used for a long time. So it sucks to have to not use it for a while for them to figure out what they're doing, or get rid of that Spez dude because he's weird and an asshole. But this has been a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had a good time. And thank you, Spoofy, for the raid earlier. I've watched Spoofy a few times. They raided us a long time ago, and I followed them, and they mostly do Final Fantasy 14. I think they raided long time ago. That was very, very kind of them for doing that. But this was great. I'm glad that I got to do the demo, and as long as it's something that I feel like won't be like a stream disaster, which, like, look, I'm always down for like streaming a game, you know, if I'm really enjoying it, and maybe it's not like a big viewer hit or something like that. But this is still my job, so I have to make sure you know, I have to make sure that it's like I'm still like making money. So that's the other thing he did, was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, right? Yeah, so it's but yeah, it feels really good. I'm very impressed. I think this will be a good game. I really do. And even if it ends up being insanely overdramatic, like let's say that the worst happens and it ends up being like exhaustingly like, you know, heavy the whole way through. Even if that's the case, the game will still play very well, and I would imagine the story will still be pretty good too. So, yeah, but I think it's great. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this. Thank you again, Zach, for sending this. Glad we got to experience this. Also, for those of you who are VOD watchers, I'll be uploading all of the VODs that I've missed. Oh God, his hair like actually. Oh. God, I don't know if he actually has a Gillespie. He doesn't have a Gillespie, thank God. I can't believe I even checked. Why would I even check? But anyway, we might do a stream this weekend. But before we leave, Jigakuro shared this, which was a calzone, a type of pizza, can be called a pizzassi. I have bad news. I said pizzassi the other day in reference to Pizza Hut's new pizza melt, or whatever it's called. Yeah. Kinzer's got the right idea. We should probably just ban Jigakuro at this point. I think it's a safe bet. I think it's a safe bet. But anyway, there might be a weekend stream, just because we didn't get to stream yesterday or whatever, so I might try to do something over the weekend, but I'm not positive yet. But right now, like, as soon as this is done, I'm gonna go ahead and upload all the VODs that we missed, so I'll go through and be doing that. So I'm sorry for dragging my feet on those. I just we've been dealing with the little cat situation, so we're trying to make sure he's all good and he gets the attention he needs, because we're effectively fostering him right now up until whatever. Oh, good news related to back-end channel stuff since the Partner Plus thing ended up being a bit dry. Exciting at first, dry after the fact. And any of the other crazy shit. They are changing YouTube's monetization agreement. You are no longer going to have 1,000 subs. It's going to be 500. Because we have plenty of the other metrics. We just don't have enough subs on the VOD channel to monetize it. But that would actually be neat if it just had like if we were able to monetize it rather than YouTube just getting all the money for the ads on it. So yeah, so that'll be a thing. Hopefully we'll hit 500 on that at some point in the near future, because 1,000 seemed pretty much unattainable, because I would say that most people who watch have subbed to the VOD channel itself. So it seemed a little unattainable, but maybe that's a bit more there. So that'll be cool. I mean, it would only amount to like $50 a month, but still, that would be neat. So other stuff, what else? I think that's about it. Will you get to be Partner Plus with Twitch's new thing? Just to answer that question quickly, since I did talk about it earlier, the short answer is probably not. So at first, I thought it was just going to go straight off of sub points, which if it did, we would be fine, because we're at 575 right now, which is far past where the initial idea was, or at least what I thought. But then it wasn't even really in the fine print. It was more in the frequently asked questions. Unfortunately, and one of these makes sense, but one doesn't. The Partner Plus program will not count gift subs, and it will not count Prime subs. Now, the gift sub one, I understand, because you could easily game the system that way, and I kind of understand it, and it would also maybe make for some toxic practices where people would be effectively griefing their community to try to keep them over a certain point. But for frame of reference, for straight subscriptions, just to let you guys know, if I were to take Prime subs and gifted subs out, you have to hit 350 without those. We have... Let me actually get the calculator out for this, because I think it does go off of the points for this. This is... So if you take that, that is... Those are 5. So if you take out Prime subs, and if you take out gifted subs, we only hit about 202. Oh, you might have actually read that correctly. I might have missed that part. Because if those don't count, then we're even lower than that. We're probably around like 175. Now, if you include Prime subs and gifted subs and all that stuff, we would far push past that. But unfortunately, it doesn't. So I will not be benefiting from the Partner Plus program. Now, that seems a little ass backwards, because I thought, to me, in my head, the intent would be to have your partners, who will normally have the most dedicated followings over time. You would think that they would want most partners to benefit from this, because in the long run, that would theoretically make them more money. Because then if we were at 70-30, like, I would tell people, be like, feel free to do subs, because like that's actually a pretty damn good split, right? So but I mean, if that change goes through and they don't rework it, I mean, even if they added in Prime subs, like, that's something that might be attainable for us if we have decent growth from like our shorts or something like that, or just in general. But otherwise, no, we will not be benefiting from that. I thought at first that we would be, and I was like, wow, that's a cool change. I was like, it sucks that affiliates kind of get left out of it, but I understand that they would maybe want to have like a partner only feature that like maybe would drive additional sub traffic to some of the longer, like more tenured channels. But it looks like they're going in a different direction with that. So it's really weird. But I talked about that a little bit more at the beginning of the stream. So if you want to go back in the VOD, because you can also get an update on the little orange cat. He does not have a name. He is just a little foster cat right now. He's real sweet. Kale's been sweet through the door, because he can't go in there, because we want to keep them separate, because he was a stray, so you never know what they have. Yeah, so we talked about that at the very beginning, and talked about the Reddit fiasco too, which sucks. But I mean, company's gonna fuck up. I pretty much kicked him to the curb, and shit, I might do the same to Twitter, because like I'm tired of these companies who are run by assholes. We want to give bonuses to people, but only if we don't have to spend money. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of how popular the September used to be when they used to do like big benefits to it, and then they kind of just pulled the plug on that, and no September ever since like the big one, the first one, has been nearly as fun. That would be cute, Kunzer. Erica kind of wanted, like, if we do keep him, wanted like a WoW name, and I was trying to think, or a Warcraft name, and I can't really think of I haven't really been able to think of one that works for him, for like a little orange cat. But then again, Kale doesn't really make sense for him. He was just, well, he loved the sun. He would scrub around in the sun, and so I just called him that. Terran was actually a pretty cool name. But anyway, that's probably going to be it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching, and don't forget to go check out the VoDs channel. If you want to catch the run back on this over the weekend, I'll have everything, the last few streams uploaded. So yes, Adolphus, don't let me forget that. There's also Tic Tac, and there's also the YouTube Shorts and all that stuff. You guys are welcome to go check those out. I upload stuff there pretty much every day, except for the last few days, because cat. So it's been a little crazy. And if you want to go talk about this or anything like that, you're welcome to go join Discord. That's a really cute emote, Sui. But yeah, I might be back this weekend, so keep an eye on Twitter or Discord or something like that, and I'll let you guys know if we end up doing. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Y'all have a great rest of your Friday, and I will see y'all later. Take it easy. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.